There we go.
Perfect.
All right, you're in charge.
Perfect. That never goes poorly. Um, okay, everyone. Hopefully you can see my screen and you can hear my voice. This is session 2 of the 2025 Boys Youth Lacrosse Officials Training. So for those of you who attended the first session or listened to it and watched it on the WILOA website, remember you have to send the phrase to your local assigner. Otherwise, they don't know that you've completed this course. Okay, really important. Communication is key, as we've talked about before, and we will talk about today. Um, with me today is the Milwaukee area signer, Randy Cohn. And for those of you who don't know, Randy is the go-to person in the state of Wisconsin for you
Don't say that.
cross related related issues. Randy is the guy who talks to USA Lacrosse more than anyone. He's got the secret knowledge that we rely on him heavily for to educate us across the state. So he's probably the best source in the state for officiating questions, except about your own games.
Except when I'm your partner.
Right. Except remember, we always want to be respectful now that y'all are officials as well, or soon to be officials. We all want to make sure that we are respecting each other. So, moving on. Again, I put the contact information again in this intro slide because if you have not reached out to your local assigner already, you got to do that today or tomorrow at the latest because we assign games, Randy, Nick, and I assign games based on the fact that we have confidence, number one, that you know what you're doing, number two, that you'll show up. And if you can't communicate effectively via email, text, phone call, you're probably not going to do a great job of communicating to players and coaches and spectators on the field. Okay, so set a good example. Make sure that your communication skills are up to it. And the great way to start is to show your assigners that you are able to handle this. Okay, so again, for those of you who are going to be watching this online, you absolutely have to email your local assigner after you've completed each classroom session with a unique phrase. Now, if you're watching it online, every view will have a new unique phrase. Okay, so don't just ask your friend for one because then we'll know that you didn't watch the video. Okay, so every time you watch the video, a new phrase will be generated for that video, for that view. Okay, so don't just send in a phrase that's unique to um, one view and then we'll realize that you didn't watch it. So make sure communication. We're going to go over the pathway to certification again as some questions came up recently. In the Madison area, we need you to be a sophomore. In Milwaukee and other areas, your local assigner and local association determines that. So that's all done through your local assigner and your local association. Badgerland, Mela, Bay Valley, all those different places. Okay. You have to be an active USA Lacrosse member. You have to attend both of the virtual classroom sessions and complete all the materials that we'll talk about in the next slide from USA Lacrosse. Okay. Just as important as the classroom sessions are your on-field training sessions. Okay. You absolutely positively cannot officiate new officials without becoming on-field certified. So you absolutely positively have to make sure that those dates that we talked about last week, which is the first Saturday in April, the first Sunday in April, and I believe the second Saturday in April, Randy, for Nick.
Yes, yeah, they're going to do theirs on the 13th.
They're doing the 13th. Okay.
Yep.
And that's in Wausau.
Wausau. Great. Okay. We'll send out those training links again. The expectation is that you will communicate with your assigner as to which field training you're going to do. You can do any of the three. If you live in Madison, you can go to Wausau if the fifth doesn't work for you. If you live in Milwaukee and Randy's dates don't work, you can come here. Any of the three field trainings will satisfy your requirement. Okay. But you have to do one of them. Okay. You have to do one of them. And then there's also a WILOA training scheduling fee, which Don talked about last week. This is really just keeping the infrastructure, the arbiter, the technology that we use that we can assign games to you. We have to pay for that. Believe it or not, it's not free. Okay. And that has to be paid by May 1st. Okay. Has to be paid by May 1st. We have the fees. I will send those fees out to everyone, blast those out. I think it's just like $26 or $27 for a student, college student, and for an adult, it's not even a full game check. Okay.
That's correct.
Yep. So make sure you pay those because Randy and I cannot assign you games after May 1st unless you've paid that fee. Okay. And the last thing Randy, Nick, and I want to do is chase people down about paying a fee. Okay. Most of the games that you'll be doing this year are $55 a game. You typically get 3 to 4 games a day back to back. You're already looking at 200, $220 right there. You know, $50 of that, or if you're a student, half of that game fee to go to make sure that the infrastructure for WILOA is there to train and to allow you to allow us to assign you games. It's not a lot to ask. But what you absolutely positively have to do before field training, and the next slide will be a little calendar-esque slide to show you what you should be doing. You have to get the uniform requirements taken care of. Bare minimums, we talked about last week, collared striped official shirt, chest pockets integral for those of us, you know, when we talk about mechanics, when we talk about what you have to do as an official, about keeping track of the score as well, like in timeouts, you need to have that collared shirt. It's a great place to clip on either your reusable scorecard or your disposable scorecards. Easy access, perfect place for it. Okay. Any black shorts, any shoes? We talked about this. They don't have to be all black. Just don't have logos from teams on them. Okay. Fox 40 whistle, very important. It's very loud. It's very clear outdoors. Okay. Fox 40 whistle is the whistle that we recommend and that we request all our officials to use. At least one yellow penalty flag, at least one coin, as Randy pointed out last time. Quarter is probably the smallest coin you want to have. Go to the bank, spend $1, you'll get $2 back. It's a good sized coin. It's bigger than a quarter for those of you who don't know what a $half is. Um, and again, setting expectations for officials, giving confidence, giving fans, coaches, players confidence. Don't in you and your abilities. Don't come into the field or leave your car wearing high school, college, you know, any kind of logos. Okay, any kind of logos, and definitely do not officiate a game in your black shorts from a team that you're playing on with the logo on there. That's a really, really bad look. And that's what we talked about last week. That kind of decreases people's confidence in your officiating ability right off the bat. And we want to put our best foot forward instead of, you know, putting us in a worse position.
Yep. And to tie on to what Jeremy's saying there, gentlemen, when you walk onto the field, your shirt's tucked in, you look like you're ready to do the game. Not like I'm just racing in here to get this game underway. There's nothing worse than seeing, and this is from the spectators' view, seeing an official run onto the field, their shirt's untucked. They may not even have their hat on yet. It's like, oh, well, here I am. Now walk onto the field with your partner preferably. Okay, looking like you're ready to do the game. And that's what Jeremy's trying to get to, guys. It's like, we got to look the part, not just be the part. We got to look the part.
Exactly.
And then Don, do you want to talk about how you've got set up with the folks again to get that starter package?
Oh, yes. In the email you guys all received from Arbiter, there's a link in there for all sports officials, which is out of New Jersey. Go on there, $50. You'll get a shirt, any size. You'll get a Fox 40 whistle, 2 yellow flags, and that'll be it's a starter kit for you. I think it's free shipping if you have $100 order, I believe. So you guys might want to talk to your teammates and say, hey, let's order these together, so you guys can save a few bucks on that, and
And
that'll
yeah,
help you out.
and this is actually a site, guys, from actual officials, as they're the same ones that do our WILOA, which is the NCAA stuff. So yeah, they're making money, but they're in it for the officials.
Yeah. And you're going to be spending a lot more than $50 to get that starter kit at most places. And again, if you need a shirt, you can find them one off on the internet somewhere. But to get all that stuff, it's convenient and it's a good price. That's one of the best deals I've seen. But this isn't a requirement, but please know that there's a lot of places out there whose starter kits are like 2 or 3 times more expensive. And they'll make you buy the 20-second timer that we talked about last week. They'll make you buy, hat, socks, they want to outfit you like you're going to, kindergarten. But this starter kit from All Sports Officials provides you the bare bones, and it's less than a game fee. All right. So finally, expectations for Randy, Nick, and I. These are very, very, very low expectations right now, guys. So if you can't meet these, with all due respect, Randy, Nick, and I are going to lose confidence in your ability to officiate. So please take these expectations seriously, and these will all be communicated to you again through email. We ask that you log into Arbiter prior to March 15th, which is 13 days, almost 2 weeks from now. Okay. If you have not received an invite from Arbiter, okay, contact your local assigner after this training. Okay, contact your local assigner after this training. Arbiter is the assigning software that we use to give you games to make sure that you receive that assignment. You then have to accept that game within 24 or 48 hours. Okay, if you do not accept that game within 24 or 48 hours, depending on your assigner's requirements, that game will be pulled from your schedule. You won't be able to do it, and it goes to somebody else. Okay. A lot of this is automated. So we put in a game, we see you, we put your name in there. And then if you do not log into Arbiter and accept it, you then lose that game assignment. And every time we assign you a game, you get a message from Arbiter. Always an email. If you want, you can also get texts. That's the way I prefer to do it. Arbiter will send you a text. You have a new game assignment. Log into Arbiter and accept. Okay. If you have a game or if you have a family commitment that's totally fine. It's understandable, right? But you have to then decline the game. So you log in the Arbiter, decline the game, give us a reason why. If you don't give us a reason why, we just assume you don't want to officiate, right? If you're like, oh, I have to go to this family thing, that's totally cool. It's no harm, no foul. We know that, and the faster you respond, the faster we can get somebody else to cover that game. Okay. The goal of Randy, myself, and Nick is to have you officials cover as many games as you possibly can to get the most experience you can, to get the most out of the experience of officiating, and to make money, right? Randy, Nick, and I do not want to be doing every game ourselves, right? We all have expectations as assigners that we actually go to games to watch how you're officiating, to kind of grade you and give you tips. We don't get paid for that. That's part of being an assigner, right? So when we're on the field actually doing games, we're less able to then run out and watch you guys evaluate your officiating and help you get better and help you understand anything that you might be doing incorrect. Okay. So Arbiter is that key. That software package, which is part of the WILOA dues, is the way that you have games communicated to you. Okay. Randy, do you have anything else to add about Arbiter?
No, I know we're going to talk about it today too. And as Jeremy is saying, getting logged in, I know there's still 3 guys from last week here in the Milwaukee area that have not logged in to Arbiter, because I'm looking at it right now. In fact, I've even sent you a follow-up email to say so. As Jeremy is saying, as an assigner, we live and die by Arbiter. So not only when you're in Arbiter logging in, put all your information. Where do you live? How far will you go to travel? All of those address things, because that helps getting you some more assignments. If you're willing to travel, then that's in there. We know that. Uh, don't think that Jeremy and I and Nick don't talk throughout the course of the season saying, hey, I need help. You got anybody? And we're looking for the guy, gal, whoever wants to travel, and pick up games in another area. So the more you put, again, like we said last week, the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. I'll leave it at that.
Perfect. Thanks, Randy. So log into Arbiter prior to March 15th. By March 27th, you have to complete all your USA Lacrosse online requirements. Those include the test, 2025 Youth Rules Exam, and 2 modules that USA Lacrosse requires officials to complete. Professional Development course, okay, and the 2025 Rules and Penalties course, okay? These are 2 different courses. So you have really 3 things to complete through the USA Lacrosse website. Okay. Youth Rules Exam 2025, Professional Development course, and the Boys Officials Rules and Penalties course. It's very important that you get all those completed by March 27th. If you don't, you will then not be, Randy and I will know that you did not complete it, because you will not technically be, you will not reach a level to be certified on the field. Okay. So once you've been completed all your USA Lacrosse trainings, Randy, Nick, and I put you check you off for attending 2 classroom sessions, and you complete the field training, the field certification. Only then can we add you to a USA Lacrosse database of certified officials. If you fail to do any of those things, your name will not populate in the database of certified officials. Okay. And you cannot officiate games for Badgerland and other associations. Okay. Very important. If you are having trouble completing any of these, accessing any of these trainings, you come to your local assigner. We'll go through where the trainings are. And actually, I've developed a PowerPoint that shows you what buttons to click to access the trainings. But as an official, especially you high school guys, right? Because you high school guys, your original USA Lacrosse membership was as a player. If you have not called USA Lacrosse or through other means changed your membership to include officiating at USA Lacrosse, you will not be able to access the officials' trainings nor the test. That's very important. We talked about this last week. If you do not have lacrosse officiating as part of your USA Lacrosse membership, it doesn't cost any more to be a player, coach, and official. It's the same, $55 or whatever it is. Okay. If you have not gotten officiating associated with your USA Lacrosse membership, you can't access the test, you can't access the trainings, you can't become certified this year. Okay? Very, very, very bare bones. I mean, this is what we have to do. So by March 27th, the USA Lacrosse online requirements. Also by March 27th, you should have all your officiating equipment. Okay, we talked about this: shirt, flags, Fox 40 whistle. You need to have that because you need to have that for your field training. Okay, so by the 27th, you should have all your equipment. Okay, and also by the 27th, if not earlier, you should contact your local assigner to let them know which on-field training you will be attending. Okay, which on-field training you will be attending, because all those trainings start the 5th, 6th, they go to the 13th, maybe most of the seasons are starting the 19th and 20th, whatever that Saturday and Sunday is. So if you don't make those on-field trainings, if you don't tell your assigner that you went to an on-field training outside of the one in your local area, we do not know that you attended that session, and we will not be able to certify you. Does anybody have any questions? No? Great. All right, so I will.
Oh, hey, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Harrison asked me a question. He asked if you have to complete the rules course if you're a returning official. The answer to that is you do not have to do the rules course again because your transcript in USA Lacrosse will say completed. Mine says 2016,
right.
but you do have to do the professional development if you haven't done that, which is under 2025. So that says incomplete for mine. So
Correct.
there
Thank you.
is separate parts of that, guys.
That's a great point, Don. And once you log in, returning officials, like Don mentioned, you will have satisfied um, the rules course, but you still have to do the professional development, I believe. So once you've completed everything to be certified, you will turn, and we'll talk about this later, from a red or yellow light on USA Lacrosse membership to green. Okay. And we'll talk about how to access that in my transcripts on the USA Lacrosse page. But new officials, you have 3 trainings to do. 3 trainings to do. Thanks, Don. All right, so let me share. So we stopped last week at technical fouls. Okay. So this week we will pick up personal fouls. Okay. Personal fouls. And then after that, we'll proceed to a couple other game situations, face-off goal area, and then we have a very important mechanics lecture to get through. Okay. So personal fouls, face-off goal area, which will help you understand the mechanics a little bit more. And then we go right into mechanics, penalty enforcement, and the rest of the time will be on the USA Lacrosse website or Arbiter. Okay. So again, if you have any questions or the screen freezes, please just unmute yourself and shout. Okay. Or just calmly speak. Both will resonate well. Okay. So you should see
Just,
my
just like you want the coaches to calmly speak to you when they want a clarification, right?
exactly. I was just thinking the same thing. Let's not work on yelling, officials yelling during moments of calm. So personal fouls. Again, we talked about technical fouls last week. Technical fouls are typically game management, non-safety associated fouls, technical fouls. 30 seconds in nature. Okay. If a team with possession of the ball commits a technical foul, it's not a flag down, it's a loss of possession, a turnover, right? If a team with a loose ball, technical foul situation, could be a play on, slow whistle. Okay. If a defensive player commits a technical foul while the other team has possession of the ball, then it's a flag down 30 second. Okay. Technical fouls, game management, kind of game flow. Personal fouls, more serious in nature. Okay. The majority of the personal fouls we'll talk about outside of illegal sticks, and excuse me, conduct, illegal, unsportsmanlike conducts, they're about safety. They're about player safety, personal fouls. Okay. So, what does the rule book say? Okay. Personal fouls are serious in nature. They include illegal body checking, slashing, cross checking, tripping. Talk about some nuances with tripping, unnecessary roughness, unsportsmanlike conduct, and checks involving the head and neck area. Okay. Those are the safety related personal fouls. Using illegal equipment, like having a stick that's either the plastic head dimensions are not what they're supposed to be, i.e., it's been pinched or baked in some way, or the pocket is too deep. Again, we'll go over a lot of this stuff at field training, but illegal equipment penalties also fall in personal foul, meaning it's a big deal to have illegal equipment. It significantly puts the opposite team at a competitive disadvantage if you are not following the equipment rules. Okay. But typically, big safety rules. Okay. And here is a Venn diagram showing the intersection between the personal fouls, illegal contact, illegal conduct, and illegal equipment. I'm not sure what the felony is. So, illegal conduct, control of the game. Your ability to control the game, make sure the game's fair, and make sure the game doesn't get out of control. Okay. Safety of the game, intersection, this area where all three circles touch. Safety of the game, personal fouls, slashing, blindside hits, cross checks, especially the head and neck area, right? And the intersection of all three of these different variations of personal fouls is also the credibility of you and your partner officiating the game, right? If you cannot control the flow of the game, if you cannot control a coach who keeps yelling and behaving inappropriately, if you cannot make sure that the fans are not being out of control, that goes to your credibility. Okay. And I want to take a step back. It's not the official's responsibility to talk to a fan, to control fan behavior. It's the coach's responsibility, not yours. Okay. Not yours. But when you're able to control a game, the fans' temperature decreases. The players focus on playing. They're not getting all fired up and revved up too hot based on the crowd or their parents screaming, that's a foul, that's a foul. Your ability to control the game sets a tone, and that consistent tone allows better lacrosse play. It helps the flow of the game dramatically when you're consistently calling personal fouls when you see them, technical fouls when you see them. Okay. So crew control of the game, safety of the game, crew credibility, Venn diagram. Okay. Anybody have any questions on that? Super. Okay. So what are the personal fouls? Okay. What are the personal fouls? So with the ones we will be covering in great detail that involve safety, cross check, illegal body check. Illegal body check at the youth level has a lot of nuance between the different age groups, and we'll go over each of those. 10U, no body checks. 12U, minimal contact body checks. 14U, a little bit closer to high school. Okay. But still, the overarching goal of the youth lacrosse, especially at the younger levels, if there's a body check initiated to solely knock somebody down and not in the context of a lacrosse play, it's a legal body check. Okay. We also have checks involving the head and neck. These are more severe and more dangerous when you have head and neck contact. So we give them more minutes serving with head and neck contact typically. Body checking a defenseless player. When somebody has their head turned and they're looking towards the right, and you're released from the penalty box, or you're running from the left side, they don't see you, and you lay them out. Even if it's in the front at the high school level and at some 14U levels, there are levels, there are yards with which you should not be running more than to make contact with the player. What I mean is, if you hit somebody and they're not looking at you, it's considered a blindside hit. Those can be extraordinarily dangerous, especially for traumatic brain issues. Okay, so defenseless player hits, they're typically adjudicated for a longer period of time that you have to serve in the penalty box. Again, the youth level, all these different hits we're talking about, head and neck, defenseless player, those can be escalated at the youth level where body contact is less severe, is minimal. Okay. Slashing, see some examples of that. Tripping, this is where it gets a little, especially at the youth level, it can get a little tricky to interpret what's a trip and what's two kids who are 10 years old whose legs get caught up with each other and one of them falls down, right? It takes a little, we'll see some videos where tripping is obvious, and then we'll see at field training that tripping can also be incidental, okay, where it's not going to be a penalty. And we also have unnecessary roughness. Unnecessary roughness can also be a catch-all for, maybe contact after a goal is scored with the offensive player from the defensive player, or anything that is above and beyond what you would expect normal lacrosse plays to be. Okay, cross check, illegal body check, checks involving head and neck, body check on a defensive player, slashing, tripping, unnecessary roughness. Okay. So let's go through those in order. Cross check, okay? Making contact with the part of the stick that's between your gloved hands, as you can see here, okay? With a thrusting motion. Thrusting motion is what we consider the cross check, okay? What you're looking for is not, especially at the youth level, a kid holding his cross, his stick, okay, walking with a kid or jogging with a kid where he has his arms out and he's making contact with the offensive player who has the ball with the area of his stick between his gloves. That's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for is that defensive player playing an offensive player with the ball, and he has two hands on his stick, hopefully the defensive player, and he thrusts and makes contact with the offensive player with the stick that's between his two gloves. Okay. This is very, very, very common at 10 and 12U. Very common at 10 and 12U. In fact, the first 2 weeks of the season, if you're doing 10 and 12U games, you will be yelling, watch a cross check all the time, right? Because the kids don't know that the thrusting motion, making contact with a player who has the ball with the area between the gloves when they're holding a stick, that thrusting motion is a cross check. Okay? Look for that thrusting motion to make that call. Does anybody have any questions?
No, but I'll add, Jeremy, that great description there. A good indicator, guys, is the guy who just got cross-checked is the head snapping back. If you see all of a sudden the head snaps back, he probably just got cross-checked.
Yeah, so these are cues that once you've gotten some experience, you're going to be looking for. And like Randy said, the thrusting motion is the key here, not the stationary hands where they're making contact with a player when they're walking, when they're riding them or running with them. It's the thrusting motion. Okay. So some of these videos play, some of them go to YouTube. Let's just check this one out here. Okay, White's got the ball. Yeah. So you can see, oh, okay. So defensive player comes over, boom. That contact is making contact with the stick between his gloves. That's going to be something anyway, guys, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it wasn't cross check, it was probably unnecessary because
Yeah,
he had one intention, put him on the ground.
exactly. That is a perfect example. Thank you for bringing that up, Randy, where let's say you are you're looking for his hands, but you know that that contact in general was way above what you expect and way above what is normal, especially after the shot. So in that case, it looked like he shot 2 steps, the guy hit him. That can be a cross check or an unnecessary roughness. Okay, cross check or an unnecessary roughness. Now, Randy, please correct me if I'm wrong. The unnecessary roughness typically can't be escalated and locked in versus like a cross check or an illegal body check. That's
It can. There's this little microcosm in the rule book that says you can, but normally it's just going to be a 1 minute releasable.
Yep. Yeah. So if you feel like it's over the top aggressive and out of the context of normal lacrosse play and dangerous, illegal body check
Yep.
could have fit there. Cross check could have fit there. Unnecessary roughness. Any of those would fit. Okay. But and we'll talk about the length of times for these penalties shortly, but err on the side of caution, especially at 12 and 14U. If you see that in 10U, that's pretty close to an immediate ejection. Because that kid for 10U where there's no body checking is way over the top. And we'll talk about ways in which you can, for kids who are out of control, and you will have those, especially at the younger levels, there are ways in which you can control their behavior without ejecting them. Because ejection for a kid who's, rowdy and kind of out of control means that they can't play the next game either. Right. And we're trying to make everything safe, but we also don't want to diminish the quality of the experience for the kids either. Okay. Remember, safety first, fair play second. Okay, for youth lacrosse, for boys youth lacrosse. But we'll talk about strategies later about how you can give somebody, especially a 10U, a 3-minute penalty and know that after that that they can be disqualified from the game based on the amount of penalty time, personal foul time served, and the amount of personal fouls. So then they're just disqualified like basketball.
Yep. And Jeremy just brought up a very good point, guys. If you are going to eject a player, okay, they're out for this game and the next game, but you have to tell your assigner. You have to write it up and you type it up. This is why you did it, which is fine if that's what they earned. So we can take that information, give it to the league and the coaches, saying that player 25 is now ineligible for their next game. So if you're going to eject a player, make sure they've earned the ejection. And I'm not saying that they didn't, but these are the steps you have to follow post ejection. Okay. Because otherwise, that player will show up and then he's not supposed to be there.
Yeah. And like Randy said, it's a situation we don't want to take lightly, but your thoughts on the field are fast processing. Like, oh God, throw the flag, stop the play, and then you can think about with your partner. I think that severity of the play will, reach the level of an ejection. Discuss it, make the call, and as soon as the game's over, you gotta let us know, your assigner know, hey, Madison, player number 14 on 12U team ejected for X, Y, and Z. The coach understood, was okay with it. blah, 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 blah. Make sure that you're communicating that to Randy and I right after your game, or if it's in the first half at halftime. Okay.
Yep. And guys, if you're going to eject a player, Jeremy and I and Nick will go to the mat for you. The player's ejected. We don't want to see film. We don't. They're ejected. That's it.
Yeah. So, so one of the reasons I'll just do this preface too. One of the reasons that Nick, Randy, and I do a signing is because we've had assigners in the past who did not support us and have our back when we ran into these issues. And I can tell you firsthand without hesitation, Nick, Randy, and myself will will always support you, okay? In the sense that if you missed a call and it led to a player being hurt, if there's no videotape, we can't say what the point was, but we can review the calls with you. We can help you, reinforce technical fouls if that's the case. But what we do not tolerate is um, fans, players, coaches berating officials. And I can tell you a lot of our time that we have to deal with this stuff, it's about educating the coaches and the fans and the teams because sometimes I know this might be hard for you to believe, the coaches don't know the rules. And when I say sometimes, I mean a very high percentage of the time. They're just parents who maybe never played before, who are now like thrust into coaching their 12-year-old son in a game where they're trying to understand what a hot defenseman or a hot defender is, or what a 12-man ride, a 10-man ride is. So there's a lot of anxiety and anger that can come out in coaches. Your job is to officiate. Randy, Nick, and I's job is to support you and then make sure coaches treat you with respect. Okay. And I can guarantee you that Randy, Nick, and I will do that for you. Okay. So the next personal foul is a legal body check. Okay. USA Lacrosse loves the wipe in. Um, so a legal body check more than 5 yards from a loose ball. We'll talk about the age specific rules, but in the youth, it's also 3 yards, 3 yards. Okay. And there's what's allowable at 14U, again, which is the level just below high school, is not the same at what's at 10U and 12U. Okay. We'll talk about these little nuances later on. Okay. So in the case of high school, it's 5 yards from the loose ball. Okay. Illegal body checks. It's illegal if you hit somebody from behind. So you'll hear officials watch the big numbers, watch the big numbers. That means the numbers in behind. Okay. You're making contact, initiating contact with the big numbers, i.e., from the back, going to be an illegal body check. Okay. Or an illegal push, or it could be a technical foul as well. Okay, also below the waist, which in lacrosse is actually kind of awkward to do, but you will see it sometimes. If you initiate a body check below the waist, that's also considered an illegal body check. Very important, especially at the youth levels at face-offs. Okay, but at no time, if a player is on the ground, can you body check that player. Let me say that again. At no time, if a player is on the ground, can you body check that player. That is an immediate flag, probably slow whistle if they still have the ball, but that's a very dangerous situation. Okay. Illegal body checks can be 1 minute, okay, depending on the severity. Talk about that. Talk about that in a minute. But there are situations where your discretion comes into play. Okay. And Randy, Nick, and I know we're asking a lot of you to be able to, determine in a split second whether something was too much at that, at the acceptable level or way past the acceptable level. We know that's asking a lot. And it comes with experience. It comes with doing game after game after game, right? Excuse me. That's why we always give you an experienced partner early on in your officiating career. Okay. Now, some of you will progress quick. You'll do great. And by the second to last week of the season, you'll be able to work with a newer person or at least somebody around, high school age kids too. But not everybody's the same, right? Not every adult's the same. So we want to give you the best position to succeed. And when you're factoring all this information, just like Randy, Nick, and I said last week, and Don, focus on the big stuff. Focus on what you see, right? Never make a call based on what you did not see. Okay. Offsides, not a safety issue, really important for the flow of the game, right? Um, Technical foul while the ball's loose, a push from behind or what have you. Missing one of those does affect the confidence of other of the teams, the fans, of the coaches, right? But missing a very large illegal body check or missing a huge cross check, right? Those are the ones, these personal fouls, which can, in an instant, have control of the game kind of lost from you. Okay. So look for, always have your head in the right spot. We'll talk about mechanics soon, but make the calls you see. Make the calls you see. Okay.
Yep.
So,
Hey, Jeremy, I was just gonna say on bullet point number 3, player on the ground. Okay, so there's an urban legend that nobody can play from the ground. That is not true. Okay, you're gonna hear that. Oh, he can't play from the ground. Yes, he can. Um, and here's where Jeremy was kind of alluding to, and where your experience will come into. If a player is on the ground, the defense can play his stick all day long, as long as they don't make contact with the player on the ground. And as Jeremy said, you're going to have a split second to determine, did they just touch the stick or did they touch the player? If they touch the player, it's an illegal body check. If they just got the ball out of the stick, we're moving on, folks.
exactly. Exactly. And like Randy was saying, I'm not sure how this started, but it was for a long time. Oh, we were told that you can't play on the ground. You have to get up. And that's obviously not true because up to a few years ago, you could face off with the knee on the ground. And at 10U, you still can. 10U, you can face off with your knees on the ground if you want. So you absolutely positively, like Randy said, can play the ball as a player while you're on the ground. You cannot be body checked. You can still be stick checked. Great point. Okay, does anybody have any questions on that? We'll see some videos. Videos are always over the top. We all know that. I mean, there are high school or college videos of, you know, guys booking, 25 miles an hour down the field, taking a run at a guy, knocking him out, right? The calls you're gonna see during your games are less severe, but because it's at the youth level, they're they're just as dangerous, man. Just as dangerous. So focus, call what you see, get get the personal fouls right. Okay. So checks involving the head and neck. About gosh, 3 or 5 years ago now, USA Lacrosse has had a real emphasis on contact about the head and neck, and rightfully so. Um, these are cross checks, body checks, a lot of cross checks we saw, body checks. Typically, those are the ones we see illegal hits to the head and neck. And, you know, those are severe. So what we do when we see those and we make an assessment that it's to the head and neck area and the contact is initiated at the head and neck area. Okay. There's different gradations as you get older. If a check starts lower and finishes in the head and neck area versus these at the youth level, they typically start at the head and neck level. Those aren't just a 1 minute personal foul. Like an ordinary personal foul is 1 minute. Okay. But to the head and neck, those should be 1 minute full-time serve, which we'll talk about later. That means they serve the whole penalty. It can't be released by a goal being scored by the opposite team. Or it can be 2 or 3 minute penalties. Okay. 1, 2, or 3 minute penalties, and those can be releasable, meaning if they score a goal during that time when the player's serving his penalty, the penalty is released. Or they can be non-releasable, which means 1 minute. If it's 2 minutes non-releasable, then 2 minutes of gameplay has to expire before that player is released. Okay. So head and neck, the emphasis is more penalty time and potentially serving the whole penalty time in the box. Does anybody have any questions about that? All right. So some of these are targeting. We'll talk about that. That's essentially a legal body check. Cross-checking, an uncontrolled slash. Okay, at the youth level, you have to be under control at all times. Okay. And we'll start to see at ages where one arm checks, meaning you have just one hand on your stick and you swing it. Those are illegal at lower ages and acceptable in high school and in some places 14U. And we'll give you all those details. Spearing, which is leading with your head, making contact, that can be both defensive player can spear and an offensive player can spear. Legal check. So this is a check where, let's say you are making a body check on somebody at the 14U or high school level, and it's from the front, it's below the neck, above the waist. You make a good check, you lead with your shoulder, but where you started in the middle of his chest, you finish by raising your arms or your shoulder up so you make head contact. Okay. That is a check that starts legal but ends illegal. Randy, you have anything to add on that one?
I knew you were going to ask me that question.
Oh,
Uh, and this comes with experience again, guys. You're going to see the initial cross check, and over the course of time, you're going to learn: did he pull up, or did he just keep going? I just had one in a college game the other night where same thing. Yes, he started low and he pulled back, but the player dipped into his stick. Well, I couldn't give him the head contact of the player. The cross check was there, but I couldn't penalize him for a solid, minute on that shot because the player had dipped into the stick. Always, as Jeremy was saying before, always go with the safety first. Put them in, lock them in, and do it. But as you get more and more experience, you're going to understand. You're going to know when that player had pulled back and how did that stick end up in the neck or the head area. So I know that's gray, but unfortunately, there's no manual or PowerPoint we can show you to know that stuff. So always be on the side of safety. Put them in, explain it to them why you did it, why you called it that way, and when you get more years under your belt, you're going to kind of know what I'm mumbling here now. So
exactly. Gabe, you have a question?
Yeah, for those of us that are first years, if we see something kind of like what was just explained, where it starts out as a legal cross check, and we're unsure if one of the players kind of leaned into it. If I'm unsure, but I think there is something there, is it better to make the call or is it better to not? That to me seems like a gray that could be paralyzing if I don't have like a go-to, like what should I do? How should I handle this? So what would you suggest?
Yeah, so at the youth level, you always err to safety.
yep.
If you're like, that hesitation says it's illegal, throw the flag. At the high school level, it's totally different. Like, so like some of the examples you'll see, like I said, it's clear. When you're starting out, err on the side of caution, err on the side of safety, like you said, Gabe. Throw that flag, explain it's illegal. I saw him finish, high. Boom. That's it. Nobody, if this is like where Randy, Nick, and I really stress to coaches, if a coach calls me after game and is like, Don Rohr officiated my game, and he gave this call for head contact when I saw that there wasn't head contact, and that totally made us lose. Don made this call, on because he said he saw head contact and I didn't see it. My response to that coach is, are you kidding me right now? Like,
Mm.
he's making the call he sees erring on the side of safety. There's nothing more you can ask of officials to do. Now, if he calls me and says, oh, he missed a head contact call, that's a different story. Our first response is always, do you have any tape so we can look to see whether and what the situation was and why the call might not have been. If there's no tape, then we support you by saying, I wasn't there, and coach, you're not an official. And there are nuances within the rules. If at any time you feel like your team isn't safe on the field, because that's something coaches tend to say a lot, the coach has every coach has the capacity to stop the game because they don't feel safe, right? Typically they're just complaining about a call, right? Complaining about a call. And if they're complaining about a call that was made with safety in mind, get out of here. And this is rec league lacrosse. You're officiating. You're giving the kids an opportunity to play. It's Randy, Nick, and I's job to emphasize to the coach that those are the stakes we're playing with here. We're just
Yep.
trying to keep kids safe, keep them interested in the sport, keep them playing until high school and college.
Yep. And to Jeremy's point, if we do get tape, we're going to look at it, we're going to review it, and then get a hold of you, not to yell at you, to say, hey, you see this here? Let's learn from it. Because how else are you going to learn, right? If you don't get to see what you're doing or not doing, right? So it's not like if we send you tape or say, hey, we need to talk about this, that we're there to beat up on you. It's there. Let's learn from this, okay? And it could be a positioning thing too, as Jeremy alluded to when we're talking about mechanics. You might not have been in the right position, and that's one that you can't walk back, guys. So
Cool. Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah. So Gabe, like your instincts are kind of telling you, lean on the side of safety and caution. Great question, buddy. Okay, so checks involving head or neck. Very important. So this is going to be a slow-mo walkthrough. Again, these are high school size players. Okay. Some of the 14U kids you will see also at this height and this skill level, but very important. Youth lacrosse is about advantage, disadvantage, and playing within the rules and being safe. If you have a 6'4" kid at 14U and a 5'5" kid at 14U, and the 5'5" kids on offense, the 6'4" kids on defense, the expectation and the requirement is that the 6'4" player still has to play to the size of the 5'5" player. What does that mean? Contact at the kid's shoulder or above, okay, that's illegal. Contact below, that's below the waist, that's illegal. So the impetus, the responsibility is always on the players to play within the size range of their opponent at this level, at every level, really. Like, it's like baseball, right? You can't judge a strike based on Aaron Judge all the time. It's the strike zone is also predicated about where the batter actually is as well. Okay, so let's watch this video. You can see good defensive positioning that ends up going high. Okay, so there we have legal contact, and then the illegal contact occurs when the player makes a contact to the head and neck area. Okay, so let's just drag this back for a second. Okay, so there's the illegal contact. This is a flag down, slow whistle. And in this case, they're saying it will be a 1 minute cross check. that will be non-releasable. Let me stop this for a second. That will be non-releasable, meaning that player will have to serve that whole 1 minute of penalty time and can't be released by the team that was offended scoring a goal during that 1 minute. Okay.
Yep, and for Gabe, this is just reverse of that situation where we're talking about the player dipping into it. He didn't dip. The defensive player let him have it.
And
Okay.
these two guys are not exactly the same, right? Either. And this is an exaggerated video by USA Lacrosse, right?
Mhm.
But you can see the contact, the smaller guys trying to make that strong contact starts legal, but ends up finishing by the head or neck, making it illegal. Okay, so let's continue here. Okay, so he's coming around, good defensive position that ends up finishing at the head and neck. Boom. So flag down, slow whistle. The offensive player still has the ball. 1 minute non-releasable cross check to the head and neck. Okay. So again, 1 minute non-releasable. Regular cross check without any further histrionics is just a 1 minute releasable penalty. But because there's head and neck contact, the official in this instance said it's not severe head and neck contact, but it's still head and neck contact. It's going to be 1 minute, full time, non releasable, which is putting your hands together over your head. Okay. That's also the universal sign for a shark in the water in case you go scuba diving.
The genie, as we call it.
So
Yeah.
be very careful if you are trying to call non releasable penalty while scuba diving with sharks. Okay. So let's see. It looks like we're sharing the video again. Okay, so this is farther out, but again, starting legal, finishing illegal. Okay, starting legal, finishing illegal. Boom. Okay. I wonder if they switch these guys up because the one guy keeps getting hit in the head all the time. USA Lacrosse. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. So now we're gonna see some game action. It looks like some travel teams playing at Ohio State. White and red, they're in possession of the ball. They're on offense. Carolina Blue is on defense. 91's gonna get the ball. Okay, he's gonna make a move to the goal. This video emphasizes something very important. Two things, right? The head and neck contact, but also as officials, we're watching the part of the field we're responsible for even after the goal is scored. We are watching those players to make sure there isn't anything extra. Okay, so let's take a look. 91 gets the ball, makes a move, to the top, shoots, 1, 2, 3. Gets hit in the head. Not only late, don't let him help you up. There you go, good. Okay, let's watch it again. She's coming down, shoots. Okay. Gets cleaned out. Now the shot was off, it was going out of bounds. The player, defensive player, comes across the field, at least a 2 count after the kid shoots. Not only cross checks him, so not only is it potentially unnecessary roughness, but it's a cross check to the head and neck. Okay. So this penalty, what do you guys think? What kind of do you think this is like a 1, 2, or 3 minute, like 3 being the most severe penalty? And do you think it's releasable or non-releasable? What does anyone think? I'm not going to call names because I don't want to know that you're not listening to me right now. You're off in the other room.
How
Don't
do
be shy, guys.
how do you determine is it determined by safety, the level? Because I would say that would at least be a 2 minute. I mean, the kid was on the ground and he had, momentum as he came across, as the other kids, decelerating. Good sportsmanship, but like you said, 2 count after the shot was off. I don't know.
Yep. So like the cross check, huge safety issue. The fact that he tuned him up, remember, more than 5 yards away from the ball, contact, this kid took a run across the field, which is really like lining up a kid for contact, getting that running start. It's not really a blindside hit, it's close, but I mean, it's in the offensive player's field of vision. But yeah, it's just severity.
Mhm.
At the youth level, this should be a 3-minute non-releasable penalty, possibly an ejection. At the youth level, 12U and even 14U. If you see this at 10U, that the kid's kind of out of control. He's got to go. Right? This is an out of control play, and it really puts the offensive player in safety, like a huge safety peril. Because not only was it over the top with the severity of the hit, but it was a cross check and it was to the head and neck. Okay.
Yep.
One way it was explained to me by a guy, Paul Espinoza, who used to be in Wisconsin, was like Jeremy said, we have a cross check, we have it to the head and neck, which direct is 2 minutes, like we just talked about.
Mhm.
And Jeremy said it's late. So we've got 1, 2, 3 different infractions on this. So since we have 3 things, we can go 3 minutes, is a good way to look at it. If it was a cross check to the head and neck and he wasn't late, then maybe it's a 2, right? And he took him to the ground too. So now we really have 4 things. So that's a good way to look at it to go into your question, Gabe, is how much stuff do we have there? Because I can give the coach 4 reasons why I've got that kid locked in the box. And he
Yeah.
really can't argue with that.
Good point, Don. And at the end of this clip here, there's only one reason that I would probably downgrade from an ejection is the player actually came back to him and said, "Hey, you need a hand up." So he already knew he was wrong. So the 3 minutes would be well deserved, but I'm not sure if I would go ejection personally. It's just me, guys, only because of his actions after what happened.
Great point, Randy. So at the minimum, this should be 3-minute non-releasable, in my opinion. Okay. Because like Don said, and like Randy said, there are multiple areas of infraction that led to a very severe, dangerous play. And the fact that it's head and neck, that alone is enough to escalate, right? Like we just said, a typical cross check is 1 minute. When that typical cross check goes to the head and neck, it's at least 1 minute non-releasable, i.e., it can't be released by a goal scored against the team who offended. Okay, that cross check was severe on, as Don pointed out, multiple levels. 4 things wrong with that play. That's a 3-minute non-releasable for me. At the youth level, no question, that's 3-minute non-releasable. The high school level, there's the officials there are looking for those gradations. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that? Is anybody kind of unsure about how we came, or, it's not a consensus per se, but how we came to look at that play, as being that dangerous and so severe as to warrant 3-minute non-releasable? Nope. Great. Right.
Yeah, play it again, Jeremy, just so everybody kind of gets an idea what, because this is all happening in real time. Okay. And now you have to adjudicate it. So
I mean, like Randy said, 1, 2, 3. Okay, what's your call? So it goes fast, and we'll talk about this later, but you have an official here, a lead of was a 3-man crew. That's good. So you have an official right here who saw everything. You have an official across here whose responsibilities are not necessarily right here, but he sees the aftermath of this penalty. He sees the fact that there is a foul committed, right? And it was late. So you have all these guys, hopefully with their eyes in the right spot. And that allows you to make that call. And that's mechanics. Mechanics that we're going to go over in a few minutes is what puts you in position to make these calls. Okay. That is the code that we as officials run by. It's like our source code. Okay. Telling us where to go, telling us what we should be looking at. Mechanics. Gabe, do you have another question?
I do. In a situation like that, or really any foul that involves penalty, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, uh, is it okay to make it a practice to just kind of let the player know, like, hey, this is why I called it. It's going to be this level because of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Please, please,
Please
please
do that. Yes.
Okay.
We would love for you to do that. We'd love for all of you to do that. And Gabe, I know you from basketball, you do a great job at this, right? That helps set the tone by you communicating what you're seeing. Like, hey, coach, I saw him take this long run at the player, line him up. Not only was there a cross check, it was to the head and neck. That's got to be 3 minutes. Got to be 3 minutes. And if the coach is like, blah, 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 I say, coach, this conversation's over. We got to get play started again. Okay. And explaining that to the player, especially at the youth level, you're being proactive about preventing the next player or that player to make that same mistake again. Right. So that'd be great if everyone could do that. And as high school kids, it's a little, it can be difficult to talk to adults and explain them, what exactly you're seeing and be confident, but it's a job. And we know you can do it because we've been doing this for 10, 12 years, and we've seen all kinds of kids develop into becoming great officials, whether they come in with confidence or not. Okay. The way you get that confidence, again, know the rules, know the material, ask questions to your assigners and your trainers, take games. Make sure you do as many games as you possibly can, because that experience is something we can't recapitulate, we can't reproduce in classroom trainings or in even field training, to be honest with you.
And on that, hey guys, and this is the way we do it in Milwaukee, and I'm pretty sure they do it the same way in Madison and the Bay Valley. If you're going to eject a player and or a coach, I know you all have cell phones. I need a text as soon as that game is over. I need an email explaining why they were ejected, and you can call and leave me a voicemail saying to do that, because I guarantee you, whoever's been ejected, especially a coach, they're calling me if it's local here. I want your story before I hear from them, because you ejected them. I'm taking it all the way. I don't care what reason they say that they shouldn't have been ejected. It's your decision. I just want to hear from you first.
100%. Yep. Communication is the key there. And like Randy said, we want to get your side of the argument before a coach is screaming at us about something. And again, Randy and I and Nick, we are not your bosses per se, but we are the ones who assign you games. You are an independent contractor doing a job. And if you're not doing great at the job, Randy, Nick, and I will do everything we can to get you more training or help you succeed. But you got to think of this as a job. And for every job you do, you have to come prepared. Okay. So let's move on to defenseless player. Defenseless player. When somebody is body checked, cross checked, or hit in some way from the blind side, this can be with and without possession. Okay. Where you will see this a lot at 10, 12, and even 14U is man ball situations. Okay. So if a player has their head down, which they're want to do when they're developing skills as a young lacrosse player, and they're going for the scoop or they get the ball and a player comes and body checks them, right? That's technically a defenseless player. Okay, defenseless player. That kind of call, if you miss it, can really have the fans, coaches, and players lose confidence in your ability to control a game. So always be on the lookout for that. Now, the reason why this slide is so important, and they started with and without possession, right? Typically, when we've talked about loose ball situations and then infraction, it's been a technical foul. Okay. A technical foul. When the ball's loose, one player pushes from behind another player, ball's still loose, arm up, play on. That signifies that the official recognizes a technical foul in the context of a loose ball, has a call made, but is letting the play out. Why? In case the team that was offended gets the ball, we don't want to have them at a disadvantage. And once that team who is pushed from behind, if they get the ball, play on's over. Okay? Play on is over. Put your arm back down. But in the case of a defenseless player, if there's a ball loose and in lieu of a technical foul, push from behind, um, and or other technical fouls which aren't necessarily safety related, right? If you have a player with their head down and another player just takes a run, even while the ball's loose, cleans them out, right? A huge over the top body check. And at the youth level, that's not much, right? Now you have a defenseless player being hit, even though the ball's loose. If the player's hurt in the vicinity of where the ball is, stop the play. Err on the side of caution, stop the play, flag down. You're going to get this illegal body check hitting a defenseless player. Okay. So these are the nuances that we're looking at, right? And boy, oh boy, does it take a while to be confident in this. Okay. Err on the side of caution. When you see someone with their head down get hit, you see that's hit on the defenseless player. That's a flag. Okay. That's a flag. Now, if you see that play, you throw your flag as a new official and the ball's loose and you blow the play dead. And while the team that was fouled picks up the ball, that's fine. The play's over. Once a whistle blows, you have to stop. Okay. Even if you would think about it, you would allow a play on situation. Nope. Once you blow that whistle, your partner blows the whistle, stop. Everybody's got to stop. Don't just say, keep going, inadvertent whistle. Stop. You got to do a full stop. Let both teams know if it was an inadvertent whistle in one case, or if you're now adjudicating a penalty. Okay. If you're calling a penalty. But either way, your control of the game is really tested in some of these situations. Rely on your partner for new guys who's more experienced. And I can tell you, like, even in some youth games, you'll see experienced officials, myself included, inadvertently blow a whistle. It happens. For you new
Really?
guys, it happened one time when I was in college. It happens all the time, guys. Everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah, I wish I never had an inadvertent whistle.
But but what you have to realize is if that happens, stop. You have to restart the game properly, and we'll talk about how we do that in a little bit. It's not the end of the world, but this is one of those things. If you make that mistake, it's okay. Own that mistake. It happens. Restart the game so it's fair for both teams. Okay. And defensive player on a loose ball. Okay. Though if it's not going to be a flag down slow whistle, which is you see the play, you throw a flag. If the player who got hit is down in the vicinity of where the ball is, don't take any chances. Stop the play. Stop the play. Okay. Randy, you have anything to add?
No, you got to stop the play. I mean, you got to make sure everything's right.
Yes. Safety, safety. Okay. This hit on a defenseless player has to be a multi-minute, 2 or 3 minute penalty. Okay. The defenseless player call. Okay. Hitting a defenseless player cannot be a 1 minute. Okay. You cannot make a defenseless player contact call and have it be 1 minute. It's got to be 2 or 3. Okay. Does everyone understand? This video is a little brutal, I gotta tell you, and it's the quality of the videos is a little brutal. But this looks like a couple jamokes going at it here. So We're going to watch this video, probably watch it again. This is a classic example of two things that are occurring at the same time. There's going to be a quick substitution from the substitution box by black. Okay, and I think it's yellow or white. He's carrying the ball up the field on the substitution box side. Yeesh, not great, right? So that recipe of a quick player substituting on the field where another player is carrying the ball up the field, looking the opposite direction, leads to this defenseless player contact. So let's take a look.
Finally cleared out by Oberg. Finds a teammate down towards the offensive zone and scooped up by
Okay.
Feldhage, but then taken
So
away.
White
by
gets the
defense
ball,
from the host of
bringing it up the field, boom.
Stiff elbow to the face type chip,
That'll leave him, Mark.
and that's going to draw a quick penalty.
So he's not looking. Guy subs out,
Was Neil Molitor.
just
And
crushes
just
him.
a blindside hit on Hershey.
And it wasn't that many years ago that was a legal play.
Yeah. So believe it or not, guys, that in high school was legal in like 2021, 2022.
Yeah, somewhere.
So when I was talking about that big head and neck contact initiative, these are part of the plays that were to be outlawed, right? Or to be at least shown to be so severe that they have to have a 2 or 3 minute designation. So again, if you say defensive player hit, it's always 2 or 3 minutes. It's not 1 minute. Okay.
Just about everything.
So boom.
You can
That-
tell that was on his mind. The way he
Yeah, that's
threw
from the
out
side and a little to the front, but
and certainly a little hobbled is
way
Keith
too
Pierce.
much. And at the
Right.
youth level, that is like way over the top. You can't
Yeah,
allow that
Because the onus used to be on the offensive player to be aware.
to be aware. Yep. So we've had cross checks to the head and neck. We've had kind of an illegal body check to the head and neck under a catch-all of defenseless player when they're not looking, right? Now we're going to go into targeting, which was, really one of the components of that brutal hit we saw with the red and white team at Ohio State. Okay. That also targeting could have played a role in there. So let's take a quick look at targeting. This is blindside with and without possession, meaning it could be a loose ball. A team could get a penalty for targeting. Okay. So head down on loose ball, could be defenseless player, could be targeting. Targeting, if you take targeting on as a penalty, that's a 3-minute non-releasable penalty. So if you want to think of targeting as maybe the most severe defenseless player contact, okay, but targeting has to be a 3-minute non-releasable foul. 3-minute non-releasable foul. Okay. And whenever you're making a 3-minute non-releasable call or any releasable call or really any call, you should be talking to your partner. Hey, Randy, this is what I saw. I saw the guy with his head down. I saw this guy running from 15 yards with the purpose of just hitting the kid, not making a lacrosse play on the loose ball that was in front of him. Randy, I think this is targeting, which means 3-minute non-releasable. What do you think? Right? So
Yeah. Perfect.
that's the conversation that you're having, right? Or, hey, Randy, I saw 31 blue 31 starting off legal with a body check, but finished high at the head and neck. After he finished high at the head and neck, he also pushed him down to the ground from the head and neck. Randy, I think that's a 2-minute non-releasable penalty. What do you think?
Yeah.
Those are the conversations you're having before you relay the penalty call to the bench area. Okay. Those are the conversations you're having with your partner. Right. So, every penalty. Hey, Gabe and I were doing a game together. I'm like, Gabe, I saw a one-arm slash at 12U that ended up in the head and neck area. Gabe, the one-arm swinging stick check at 12U is a 1-minute penalty by itself. Ended up in the head and neck area. Gabe, I think we got to lock him in for that 1-minute penalty's got to be locked in, non-releasable. Gabe says, okay, I saw the same thing. I think that makes sense. Then you relay the call. Okay. So you're always working with your partner, and targeting any multi-minute penalty is going to take some discussion. Okay. Between the two of you.
Correct. In fact, that's a great point, Jeremy. As a seasoned official, whether you're a 1, 2, 6, I don't care how many years you got in, and you're working with a newer official and they throw a flag, I highly encourage you to throw what I call the covering flag. Okay, you may not have what they have, but you're giving them cover to go to Jeremy's point. You discuss what do we have, and then you make the report to the bench. Okay, because you might not have the same angle, and they might have thrown something, and you're not really sure. But you want to make sure that as a team, as we talked about it, as Jeremy talked about last week, we are the third team on the field. We want to make sure that we're showing solidarity when we come to the bench talking to the coaches. Because there's nothing worse than having your partner stuck there on an island and you don't know what to do with it.
Right. The only thing worse than that is when you have a partner, and this will not happen to you. This typically happens at higher levels of officiating. And a coach, you make a call, you're the lead official, which we'll go over later. So you're close to the goal. And the trail official's up, about 20 yards out, 25 yards out, and he might be on the coach's side, and the coaches are barking at him, blah, 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 blah. And you turn to the coach and say, it's not my call.
Oh, God.
That is not acceptable. Okay. It is your call because your teammate made the call. You never throw your teammate under the bus because you expect your teammate to support you, and you have to always then have the expectation that you support your teammate. Okay. So hopefully this will never come up again, but under no circumstance do you ever tell a coach. And I don't give two craps about tournaments, summer tournaments. That's, a different game. But don't ever do that in a summer tournament either, where you make everybody against your officiating partner. Because even if you don't know that person, you're still teammates during that game. And whatever reflection that other official in your crew has, or whatever other people think of them, they're thinking the same of you because you're a team, right? Don't throw anyone under the bus. Oh, you can throw signers under the bus. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. In fact, that's a good segue, Randy. If, one digression, if you ever have a question, like a coach is like really on top of you, like you don't know what you're doing, blah, 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 you tell them, please reach out to the WILOA trainers and my assigner. They will be able to answer that question for you. That will shut down the coaches right away. Let you continue with the game. If they reach out to us, great. Nobody loves having lacrosse officiating conversations with coaches who aren't certified officials, more than Randy, Nick, and I, especially Nick. Nick loves it. That's his favorite thing in the world to do. So everyone can contact Nick because Nick's not here. There's consequences, Nick. So please know we support you. You should support your partner. One good strategy to get a coach off your back during a game, if you use conduct penalties and they still chew on you, tell them to please reach out to the signer, i.e. the trainers, which is Randy, Nick, and I. In my area, Madison, reach out to me. Milwaukee, reach out to Randy. Out Wausau area, reach out to Nick. We will contact and deal with the coaches. All right. So please keep that in mind. That's part of us all being on a team, supporting each other. Okay. So this is going to be a targeting video we're going to watch. This looks to be a high school, college level, maybe D3 level. again, defenseless player, that has consequences of 2-3 minute penalty, right? Targeting is always 3-minute penalty. So a defenseless player, 2 to 3, targeting, always 3, always non-releasable. Okay, let's take a look at this video. Okay. Now, wow, there's as Don pointed out, there's a couple things that player did wrong there. Not the least of which is the pathetic taunt, the stare over the guy. So how about this? What did everybody see on that video? We'll play it one more time. What do you all see on this video? Okay, white, pass. What does everyone think? Feel free to jump in.
Play it again, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Because I know some guys will have question on the hit in and of itself.
Okay. Let's take a look back. We'll do it frame by frame. Okay. Where is this guy's vision? Field of vision. The white player. He's looking this way,
he's
right?
he's being blindsided.
You think he's blindsided?
Well, not yet.
Looks like it. From the video, from
Okay.
what I can see.
Let's play frame by frame. Okay. So he's getting the ball. He's taking maybe one step. He turns his head and the black player makes contact. Where's that contact?
To me, the contact is fairly head to head.
Mhm.
But my question is, can the black person does he have, like the ability to have his own space? That, like, I know he's like targeting him, but what's
That
the
is exactly
difference?
where I wanted this conversation to
Okay.
go. Thank you for
I don't know
bringing
what
it
the
up.
difference between is, like, him being allowed to have his own space and then him actually running into him. Because to me, he's going into him, but he's also just standing there slightly.
Yep. Great point. Randy?
Yep, no, that's exactly what I was hoping somebody would say. To me, the crime in this one is the taunt.
Here.
Hey, guess what? I just won this battle. Because he is entitled to be standing there. There's no crime in being in that spot. But it's what happens after the collision, because his arms are down, right? I mean, if we go back a little bit,
Yep.
he doesn't bring his arms up. But what he does do is say, hey, guess what, man? I just won this here. I mean, at minimum, I'm looking at you got to unsportsmanlike for at least a minute just for the taunt.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a couple issues here, right? And the player, it also looks like they may have cross-checked at that time too, which is a little bit hard to see. Again, guess who's making this call? Probably
I see a guy over in the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Who's trailing the play, right? Because it was probably a fast break, so it's
Exactly.
like everything's going on.
So let's start from the back because I think this is important. We can also see where the officials are. It's going to be really important in a minute. So he was the trail. He's now the lead. It looks like, right, Randy?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, bench side. Yep, he's the lead.
Yep. So here we go. Oh, biscuits. So
that tells me he wasn't even anticipating the fast break.
Exactly. So that was my whole point. This play happened so fast. Okay, that this official, and these are high school kids. And some of you high school kids might be faster than Randy, Don, and I, possibly. So this happened fast. The official didn't even have time to start taking a couple steps back, anticipating a fast break. So he's running down the field, far side, and you'll see. Now let's just watch black. Just watch this player, okay? Let's see what that player does. Okay, don't worry about white at all. Just worry about this defender. So he's running back, typically trying to form a pyramid on a fast break. The ball's coming up. Boom. So he is initiating, I mean, he's making contact, right? He's also going for a ball in the air, right? But you see him not make a play for the ball. You see him only make a play for the body, right? So
Couldn't you say that he made an approach farther than like 5 feet away or whatever?
exactly. So yeah, so this is what we're getting at. See here, he's coming back again. We're only watching this guy. He's coming back into position like he should, forming a pyramid. Now the ball's in the air. He's about at the 15-yard line. Okay. So as the ball comes in, he's not making a play for the ball. He's only making a play for the man who's not looking. Okay. So now 1, 2, 3, boom. He makes contact with the player. Player goes down. But here's the kicker, right? He taunts him while there's a loose ball in front of his crease.
Mhm.
So, I mean, this is like the insanity of this from that perspective. He's so excited about his coma slide, right? That he's not even paying attention to the ball being over here and the attack picking up the ball.
I have a question
Yeah,
because, when I'm reffing, sportsmanship and safety is pretty important for me personally.
of course.
And the fact that the defender, to your point, didn't play the ball, there's a live ball right there, and he's solely focused on owning this kid who's on the ground. Um, Even, he knew that forward momentum was going to bring that player right to his face. And yeah, standing there is okay, but like you mentioned, the contact and then the stare down and then no even attempt to get back into play or to pay attention to the game. Um, I wouldn't leave it at just a 1 minute penalty. Would
No,
it be wrong to put it at a 2 minute or
no, you're 100% right, Gabe. Like USA Lacrosse calls us a 3-minute targeting ejection penalty.
oh wow, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And part of that are the points we brought up. Okay. And this kind of goes to Don's calculus of like how to determine like, there's multiple things going on, but the fact of the matter is USA Lacrosse views this aspect of the game, of this player's game here. Let's take a look. Okay. So here's Black. He's coming down. He's only coming up to make that hit. The taunt is really over on top of that, Randy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ejection. So you can't. So 3 minutes ejection penalty, it's done. That 3 minutes, the kid's out of the game. 3-minute penalty is served by an in-home, which we'll talk about later, which is a designated player, starting player from the team who serves when bench penalties or when they're an ejection penalty, right? So
Can I see something real quick?
yes,
So I'm looking at this, and so he's going to get ejected. He made one, assumably, the ball was through the air, right? The guy's coming down. He's running full speed into him. And doesn't that defender have a right to stand his ground and, defend himself almost from the guy who's running right at him? Or does he
oh, sorry, go
essentially
ahead
get
now.
out of the way?
To an
I
extent.
mean,
Yeah.
Correct. You are correct. The biggest, this is just me speaking, the biggest crime in this video is the official being out of position.
It is. I hate to say it. He's not in a position to make the best call.
How would that have mitigated it though?
Well, no, so the play is not mitigated. The point of this play is to say this player, the Black player, essentially made an advancement and contact with a player who is not looking, with the sole purpose of not making a lacrosse play, but making contact. This is an absolute no-brainer at the youth level. At the high school level, there's nuance. At the youth level, this is an absolute 3-minute ejection. Okay. Hitting a defenseless player like that after you take a running start, that's always going to be 3 minutes and ejection for targeting.
And I'll help a little bit there too, Gabe. So the reason why I'm upset with the official's positioning here is because he is now running with the play. So he's trying to watch everything going on at one time. Okay, the pass, all of these things before the contact. Had he been in position, the play is coming to him, so he's already settled and he's watching it happen.
Got you. Okay.
And this is mechanics, and also, I hate to say it, but probably a lack of focus, right? He wasn't anticipating the fast break. Even though they happened fast, no pun intended. If he was really dialed in, I think he would have been taking a few steps back, working with the play, being in a better position to get to his spot, which is about right here. Okay. Faster than
That's a great spot. That's a great spot now. But
right. He's in a good spot. But he's still running. Right.
Yeah.
So the main crux of this play that USA Lacrosse wants to ingrain in us, okay, is that this kind of contact. Okay, let's go back. Is considered targeting. The person not looking, taking a running leap, making that contact, targeting. Okay, that's the way we're definitely calling it in youth. In high school games, there's going to be nuance. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay, but in youth lacrosse, the games that we're training you to officiate, that is targeting. Yes, a player has a defensive player has authority, or at least has the expectation that they have space as well. Okay, that they can occupy space. But if they're doing it to essentially make a body check or make contact with somebody without making a lacrosse play, that is not the same as two kids going for the ball, competing, making a lacrosse play, right? The head positioning and the player not and being able to anticipate that hit, the offensive player not being able to see and anticipate that hit, is too severe a safety risk. And certainly at youth lacrosse, that's 3 minutes. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? Colin, do you still have any questions? You good?
And remember, guys, this is your judgment. Okay.
So the offender here was 100% the victim, even though he was running with his head turned to the left, forward.
He's the victim? What do you mean?
So
Guy down.
the 3 minute injection, right?
Yeah.
They're 3 minute locked, and the offender is the offense. It's all because he had his had his head to the left while he was going to catch the ball up, and he was running like, essentially, to me, straight into that defender. Like he moved a little bit, but he wasn't like he was taking a 2-3 yard run at it. So I guess I get there's probably more nuance to this than I'm understanding, but so the offender doesn't get a penalty.
That's definitely the hard part when you have that buddy pass or the hospital pass, right? Like, I mean, that's a horrible pass by his teammate.
Yeah.
He's leading him right into that defender.
But
like, it's a safety issue in youth, so it is a tough call.
Mhm.
And it's hard to say, what should the defender do there? I mean, he does. The defender sees that, right? He's at the 15, the ball's at the 22. The defender steps up a few yards, right?
Yeah.
So he's looking to make that hit. He's not just planted and the guy runs into him where it's all offense. So there is a little more to it. And But at youth,
So
it's like Jeremy keeps saying, it's safety. That's
Right.
the thing, you know.
At youth, it's a
So
no-brainer. Yeah.
the offender can run with reckless abandon
No,
into anybody that he wants to.
No.
I mean, so
No.
I think the offender should have some type of penalty in this
I mean,
play.
Oh, the offender?
the
Yeah.
offensive player,
The
white.
offensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean,
there
he's running full speed, and he's not in control of himself, right? Because he can't avoid hitting that guy.
well, no, so
He didn't make a spin move, he didn't do anything. He just was coming in hot.
Right? This is an interesting point. You have, just like in football, you have the expectation you're not going to get hit without having your head seeing the play. Okay, it's just like a wide receiver. And here, I stopped it here for a reason. The player is not able to see this contact from the black defenseman, right? The ball's in the air. The player turns his head. This player is taking a 5 to 6 yard run and does not play the ball. His whole purpose is to make contact with this player. That's not standing ground. That's initiating contact.
Okay.
When we talk about equal contact, that's when, if there's a loose ball, you're making contact, there's a scrum, you're making contact. In this context where the player is literally not able to see the action because they're trying to receive this pass, this player has an expectation to make a lacrosse play. And at the youth level, there's no instance where you can initiate a body check just to knock somebody down. So I just want to make that clear. At the youth level, this is 100% no-brainer. At the high school level, the officials are looking for nuance, which is what this is.
Yeah.
And then-
so high school and above, 5 yard. If that was only a 5 yard separation, the shot that we're looking at right now, we're probably just going to let it go because it's legal. In youth,
Okay.
it's 3 yards.
So he starts at the 15 and kind of contacts him at the 20.
Well, he's starting his run from more than 7 yards away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the contact happens. Okay. So, okay. The video on my side is very, very choppy. So some of this is also in the video.
Yeah, no, and it's fast, Colin. I mean, this is in, less than a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Sure.
where Randy said if that official's at the, the 10 or 5 looking, diagonally towards that play instead of the 32 running behind it, it helps. But then, yeah, it's like Randy or like Jeremy said, it's youth, it's safety issue. High school, we're going to have an illegal body check there or something there.
Yeah.
In college, this is perfectly legal because
Yeah.
there's no defenseless player in college. So like it's every level, it's different, right? So it's 100% safety here, like Jeremy's talking about, more than the contact part that you're talking about.
When you said
Yeah.
that if the player was within 5 yards, then it wouldn't be anything. It'd be illegal. It'd be legal. But how about does that excuse the fact that he still made head-to-head contact with the player?
Well, he didn't make head to head.
I mean, it's hard to see if he did or not, right?
Yeah.
But what he did do, regardless of how many yards apart, he taunted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you got to get for sure. Okay, let's say you passed on everything else. The taunt has to be 1 minute unsportsmanlike, period.
Exactly. Now, let's clarify this again. Don, Randy, and I have said the same thing. At the youth level, any amount of contact, even at 14U, is a 3-minute targeting ejection. This is way too much body contact, even at 14U. At 12U, where there's even more limited body contact, this is an automatic ejection targeting 3-minute. At 10U, if this would ever happen at 10U, this is a targeting call, 3-minute. Okay. Those are the games you're going to be officiating. Unfortunately, USA Lacrosse does not provide us with 12U game tapes, you make the calls. But this is a good conversation. We see Colin saw something, right? Anderson saw something. Don saw something. Randy saw something. I saw something. Gabe saw something. No, we all saw something potentially a little bit different, but the main concept is the same. At any level of youth lacrosse, way too much contact. No body checks just to knock somebody down. Okay. Make a lacrosse play. Okay. At high school, where Don and Randy spend an enormous amount of time officiating and also in college, it's different, right? And that's why your game as a high school aged official, it's you got to get this out of your head that what you have, that level of contact, is not okay at the youth level. And it's hard, right? It comes from
It's tough,
experience
guys.
doing
It's tough.
games. Yeah. Randy has to go and Don have to go from doing, Division 3 Carthage Illinois Wesleyan game to the next day doing 10U, 12U, 14U, to the next day doing high school and JV games. Right?
Yep.
All of those
That's tough.
all
It
of
is tough,
those
very tough.
all of those games have nuances, right? The core concepts that you need to understand are just at the youth level. Safety, safety, safety. Okay. Body checking at 14U is not exactly the same as at high school, a far less at 12U and absent at 10U. Okay. So this is what we emphasize ad nauseum at your field training, right? And all of your assigners will give you handouts with age-specific rules, body contact, length of game, penalties before you're disqualified. All of these things can be different depending on the age group, right? But your core principles, your mechanics, your source code are the same for every game you will do. That's the best part. Okay, mechanics is the math of lacrosse. It's consistent, it's applicable to every scenario, and it does not change. Okay, you're where you're supposed to be, you make that call. This guy up here is 10 yards away from the ball and frankly 15 yards from a pretty significant call that he has to make. Where he should be here, he's here, right? We train you to know where you're supposed to be on the field, to see everything, be able to make that call, right? But even if you're in that right spot, Randy, Don, me, Gabe, Anderson, Colin, we all kind of saw, something different, right? That's why the communication with your partner, and this guy's partner is probably in the parking lot, the way this crew is working.
Yeah, I'm
That
curious as to where the hell that single side is coming from.
Yeah, that communication after that flag's down, after the play is done between you and your partner, what did you see? Colin says, "Whoa, I saw like the taunt, but I think the body check was, maybe okay." Gabe says, "No, I saw the body check to the head," or Anderson said it was to the head, right? You have to come to a consensus and make that call. If somebody says they saw head, that's where it is. Okay. If somebody says, I saw head contact, there's head contact. Okay. Don't try to argue that there wasn't. Just say what you saw. If your partner says, yep, I saw contact to the head, you're like, I'm not sure. I think I saw it at the shoulder. If you saw head, I'm trusting you because that's a safety issue. Right. And then you go through, okay, head contact, was it cross check, legal body check? How long do you think? Well, I had targeting. I mean, he ran, a long way just to make body contact, didn't make a play on the ball. Head contact's irrelevant now because we're going a 3-minute targeting ejection penalty. Okay. Just remember that reasoning that you're giving to your partner and the call you make, both of you own that call. So one official goes to report that to the bench to make sure the bench knows the penalty, how long the infraction is, all that stuff the C note that we'll talk about in a little bit. But both of you are going to have to explain that to the coaches eventually. Okay. So both of you have to get on the same page. Saw head contact, and it's not my partner saw head contact. That's we saw head contact. But we also saw the targeting penalty, severe 3 minutes ejection. That's our reasoning, coach. That's what we came to as a crew. It's not my partner saw this, I didn't see it, right? Gabe, what do you got?
So in the event that the defensive player would be ejected with a 3-minute penalty, would then the black team, would the white team essentially be on a power play and the black team would play
Man down.
Man down.
and then
Yeah.
that would be ejected, and then after the 3 minutes, then they're full
Yep.
power.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll play man down like all time serving penalties. And if it's non-releasable, that player serving the penalty has to serve the full time of that penalty. If it's a standard releasable penalty, then if that team that was offended, who has an advantage, who has a one-person advantage, they score a goal, then the player will be released from the penalty area.
But if it's an ejectable offense, is it safe to assume that the severity would mean it's not releasable?
It's always 3 ejections are always non-releasable. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So this video did exactly what Randy, Don, and I kind of hoped it would, which is elicit conversation. Because you're already seeing officials see different things on different plays. But most importantly, before we leave this slide, this is not okay. Being out of place on the field, that's not what we want to see, okay? Because you're not able to provide the officiating level that one would expect from somebody at the youth level because you're out of position, okay? So run, hustle, do the best you can. Okay, slashing. Slashing is swinging with viciousness or reckless abandon. At the youth level, your checks, okay, at the 10U level and 12U level, your checks are just poke and lift checks. Poke and lift checks. At 12 and 14, you have more opportunity to do more slightly more aggressive stick checks. Okay. Slash can be called when you strike an opponent in the head, back, or leg. Yes. You can have a vicious slash call and hit a player in the leg, back or front of the leg, and still be a slash. Okay. The back, you see that a lot as well. Okay. We're not going to do the activity because it's weird. We'll watch a super grainy Zapruder. Oh, there we go. Of slashing. So again, slash, head, neck, back, leg. Okay. Pretty much anywhere on the body, you can get called for a slash. So let's watch this. Okay, player comes around. Long stick's really chopping at him. And you see, this is good too because you can hear the benches complaining. Let's start it back here. Okay, so this is one of the long stick players. So this is a high school game. Can have 4 long sticks on the field at 12 and 14U in Madison. Okay, so these are defensive players. The offensive player comes around the goal, and the defensive player keeps checking his arm. Okay, and it's an escalated, vicious enough attempt that the official feels like it's a slash. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. Here we go. 24 white. 1, boom, boom. So this is what is considered by USA Lacrosse as an everyday slash. Okay, it's right in front of the official. Attackman coming around from goal line extended, which is essentially the goal line extended to each sideline. Okay. You see these a lot when attackmen or midfielders come from behind the goal to the front of the goal. Okay. This is just an everyday slash. Okay. And the reason why it's a slash, it was vicious and it looked like it actually hit the player in the side.
Yeah, and Jeremy has a good point there. You're going to see this. There's probably two places on the field you're going to see a slash. The guy coming out from X, getting whacked by a long pole. Usually, and as you saw in the video, you usually let the first or second, if they're just what we used to call measuring, they're just letting him know I'm there. The other place you're going to see it is probably between, well, say if we're on a football field, between the 40 and the 40. Somebody just got beat and they're pissed and they're going to take a one-hander at somebody. There's your slash. Other than that, you really don't see slashes anywhere else on the field. It's somebody coming out from behind X or the midfield.
Yep. So great point, Randy. This next video is going to show somebody who's an offensive player. The ball is moving away from them. So the other team gets possession of the ball. They're running upfield. The player's behind the player, the player who slashes behind the player with the ball. Okay. And it is vicious is not the right word, but it's a greater extent of, excuse me, slash and severity than you would expect on a regular lacrosse play. Okay. So this is a call, just so you know, when you watch this video, that if you miss it, this can help escalate the game action, up the temperature on both teams, and cause you then to have a difficult time regaining control of the game. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Okay, so they're clearing. Red is clearing the ball over midfield. The attackman just hits him right in the side. Okay, right in the side. Now, if that call isn't made, okay, if that call isn't made and that kid got slashed right in the side, he's not just going to come back and be like, oh, it's not my day, right? He's going to get angrier and angrier. Any other missed call will start increasing the temperature, the boiling point decreases of the teams, and you can potentially lose control. So this was a completely unnecessary attempt by the attackman. He had no possible advantage over or an equal state as the player he hit. It was just like typical trail slash by an attackman. But
oh, I didn't even know you had that video. It kind of proves my point between the 40 and the 40.
Yeah, exactly. Clearing, right?
Yeah.
Getting the ball over midfield. There's time constraints at 12 and 14U. That kind of, there's more intensity. I'll just say it. Between the 40 and 40 and the 20 to the goal. There's more intensity. Okay. But by making that call, set the tone, call that slash, take the heat down, but make sure you're consistent for both teams. If you make that call for the red, that same call happens with a white team offends. Be consistent. Make that call. Okay. Make that call. That will tremendously help you keep control of the game. And that is a great way to set the tone. That's happening early in the game. You see that? Flag down. Now they know you're going to be calling that. Hopefully they don't do it. Hopefully they don't do it. Right? Okay. Tripping. Okay. Tripping is a little bit nuanced. Okay. The whole point of tripping is obstructing below the waist with a positive primary action. What the hell does that mean? Okay. It means that if two players are going for the ball, their legs actually get tangled up, that's not a trip. Okay. But if you're actively doing something with your stick, with your sometimes you see it with when a kid flares out his foot to kind of trip a kid, that's a positive primary action. Positive primary action. Okay. Tripping is can be so difficult to interpret that USA Lacrosse is also using difficult to interpret language to describe it, which is perfect. Tripping does not necessarily have to be intentional. Okay. But there's a difference between incidental contact where two kids get their feet caught up and they both fall down versus somebody sticking their stick in between somebody's legs when they're running and having them trip. Okay. Tripping usually happens after a missed check and the follow through that occurs after. So somebody goes to make a check, stick goes down, trips a kid. Okay. It also happens when feet get tangled. What USA Lacrosse wants you to think, okay, is would the player have gone down without the help from the opponent? Okay. Would the player have fallen or gone down without the actions of the other player? Okay. So tripping and obstructing an opponent at or below the waist with the stick, hands, arms, feet, or legs by any positive primary action. Okay. If the obstructing player is on his feet or by any other action when the obstructing player is not on his feet, meaning player falls down, sticks his stick out, trips another player, it's a trip. Okay. Yes, USA Lacrosse does use this confusing language to describe trip because it's difficult to interpret. Okay, let's see the video. Another YouTube video. All right, here we go. High school game. Okay, so what does everyone see here? Anyone's so far we have a trailing attackman, blue is clearing, white's trailing attackman. That's not gonna let me do it. So his stick there causes the player to trip. Would that player have tripped by himself if not for the actions of the player making the check in the downward motion? What do you
No,
think?
no.
Right. The bottom line is a player went down with help. Okay. He would not have gone down on his own. So therefore it's a trip.
And here's one of the crazy thing, guys.
Oh,
If
sorry.
he legally checked his stick to the ground and he tripped over the sticks combined or over his own stick, you just keep going.
Right.
So, and again, it's one of those things where you have, a quarter of a second to determine how that guy go down.
Yep. But certainly at the youth level where there's less nuance, guys, ask yourself the question, would the player have gone down without help from the other player? Okay. If that answer is yes, then the actions of the other player are enforceable through a penalty for tripping, 1 minute penalty. I think I don't know if I've ever thrown a 2 or 3 minute trip. Randy, have you?
No, because it's never really been that egregious.
Yeah.
It's
So
just they've taken that guy out of stride.
Yeah, 1 minute tripping penalty. Guys, it's like you're seeing now for new guys, you might feel like, geez Louise, like there's so much information. It's tough for me to figure it out. You will be shocked at how much comes to you in your first 3 games working with people.
Mm-hmm.
Everything will start clicking. You'll be like, okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for, flag. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I play on. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. This is my area. This is my area. Oh, too much. That's way too much body contact. Illegal body check. It becomes muscle memory. Okay. But the muscle that's most important as officials is really your brain. Being able to process that information. And I can guarantee you, when you put the work into it, you will be a great official, right? If you put the work into it, you know where you are, you hustle, you'll do great. Okay. These nuances that we're going over now, are to show you like what could happen in a game, what calls you should be making, where you should be on the field. Okay. So please, nobody feel like overwhelmed or that they can't do it. Anyone can do it. If Randy, Don, and I can do it, mostly if Don can do it, anyone can do it. Okay. So don't get overwhelmed, but a tripping penalty, ask yourself, the player have gone down by himself? No. Okay. It's a trip. So let's go to the next one. Unnecessary roughness, kind of a catch-all. Okay. Excessively violent holding and pushing infractions. Typically, it's deliberate and excessive violent contact. Okay. Violent contact with screening an opponent can be unnecessary roughness. So this is when you go to set a pick and maybe you jerk your shoulder out too much. That could be unnecessary roughness. Okay. So holding and pushing, again, violently holding and pushing, that can be unnecessary roughness. Deliberate and excessive violent contact with somebody who's setting a screen, or more likely, the number one time that I've called unnecessary roughness in my career is Team A has the ball. They're setting a high pick. Team A's player sets the pick. They're perfect position, arms within shoulders, legs within shoulder width, standing still. And Team B sees that pick being set and just runs right through the guy. Okay. That is my most common unnecessary roughness call. Okay. That's avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. Okay. Avoidable, meaning you can run top side or goal side of a pick. Okay. But instead of that, you deliberately make violent contact.
Yep. And what Jeremy's talking about there, guys, is you will see the player to be picked make eye contact with the guy who's setting the pick.
100%.
And there will be times, as Jeremy was just describing, where a guy will blow up a guy and run him over because it was just a great pick.
Yeah.
But you will know which guy is deliberately trying to wipe out the guy setting the pick. Because usually what happens is, especially if you're a long pole, you're usually defending with your stick up a little bit in the air. You're chasing this guy, but all of a sudden you see the guy setting the pick. All of a sudden your hands turn to a cross check, and you're trying to just gun this guy.
Yeah, Randy's 100% right. It's obvious, deliberate, avoidable, violent contact. Okay. The other one you see is sometimes a punching blow with a gloved hand on the stick. Sometimes you even see it like off the stick, a guy's hand comes out. But usually you see a guy is playing defense and he'll use that glove as a punching blow. Unnecessary roughness. It's just avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. Okay. So let's take a look at unavoidable, violent, deliberate contact. Okay, White's coming around. Yep. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I love the thrust,
That was
the
very
arm thrust.
interesting.
That's
Yeah.
good.
So he's really stoked about that.
Yeah, that dude should be gone.
Yeah. So let's see what we see here. Okay. USA Lacrosse considers this play, late contact after a shot, goal, what have you, as the most common unnecessary roughness call. At the youth level, it's usually the picks, but it's also, because contact is limited at youth lacrosse. Okay. So before we watch this again, think about this. Could the defender have stopped? Could the defender making this run have stopped? Okay. Was he then making a point to put that guy down outside of like making another play on the ball? Okay. And what else do you see besides the potential unnecessary roughness? Okay, let's watch it again. Here comes 1, 2, boom. So That was a pretty big hit. Here he goes. He's running. I mean,
Could you
yeah.
play lower?
What's
Possibly.
that?
Could you play it a little bit slower, like the speed?
I don't think I can on this
Okay.
YouTube video.
Okay.
Sorry, Gabe, but you can see I can't go frame by frame either. Sorry.
No worries.
This guy is making that run. Okay, and he hits this kid after he shoots and scores, right? Outside of just unnecessary roughness, what else should be going through your mind when you see this play? Let's watch it one more time and then we'll stop to talk, okay? What other calls might you see? What do you guys think?
Taunting, and then maybe even like hit on a defenseless player.
Great. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Could it
It
also
was-
be
well, he
targeting? Because
also
it seemed
started to
like
try-
his only intention was just to come down and hit him.
Yeah.
Who said
yeah,
that?
Could yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I'd say taunting
Yeah.
and targeting.
Yeah,
You literally could have followed this guy out of the game right there on that spot.
exactly. So you guys see on all of these plays, there's so many different calls, right? You have to throw the flag because you saw something, right? You throw the flag, you already blew the whistle, the play's over, the goal was scored, right? You throw the flag, you get the teams going to their bench, they're going to sub and face off. But you and your partner, what did you see? Anderson, what did you see? Wendorf, what did you see? Colin, what did you see? Cooper, what did you see? Michon, what did you see? I saw this. I saw this. You see, defenseless player, that guy's defenseless. Was it unnecessary? Absolutely. Was it targeting? Possibly. He took a huge run at the guy. Didn't make a play other than to hit him. Right? You have a cornucopia of potential calls there. What are you going to make?
Here's a pro tip, guys. If that dude has been giving you just a pain in the butt the whole game, you will come up with 5 minutes of
Yeah.
personal time. He's now disqualified from the game. You don't have to deal with. You don't have to eject him. He's out of your hair for the rest of that game.
Me personally, I would probably call this either a illegal body check or unnecessary roughness. But if my partner said, I see hitting a defenseless player, he's got the ball. So that's the one issue about the defenseless player. He's watching the actions in front of him. He already has the ball in his cross, right? He can still have an defenseless player call on him, of course, right? But to me, I would either go unnecessary roughness or defenseless player. But you see, Randy, Don, myself, been doing this a long time. There's no consensus between us. The only consensus is at the youth level, whatever that was, is a 3-minute non-releasable. Whether you call a legal body check, whether you call defenseless player, whatever you call, that is 3 minutes. Okay. And as Randy said, the taunt at the end is on top of that. I mean, that's the kind of thing where if you don't call that properly, the game will dissolve out of your control.
Yeah, and let's say if you put the guy in for let's say 2 or 3 minutes, for the defenseless or whichever way you want to call it, then make that unsportsmanlike for the taunt, either 2 or 3 minutes to make it 5.
Yeah.
He's now disqualified.
So Randy brings up a great point about compounding fouls. Okay. Is that you're at the youth level. Okay. Once you accumulate 5 minutes of personal foul time or 3 personal fouls, you're disqualified. You are not ejected. You are disqualified. This is only personal foul time. All the technical fouls in the world that you make, unless they're repeated and they escalate to a unsportsmanlike, right? Technical foul time does not count to a disqualification. Okay. Personal foul time, the accumulation of 5 minutes, 3 personal fouls, you are disqualified. Just like fouling out of a basketball game. You're not ejected, you're disqualified. Okay. So when you see out of control plays like this, you might say 3 minutes, non-releasable defenseless player. 2 minutes, unsportsmanlike conduct, taunt. That's 5 minutes of penalty time. The kid has now disqualified himself.
So then what do you do about that second white player that came in at the end? And
Let's look at that again.
Yep, that's a great point.
Let's start over again.
Yep.
Okay, here it comes.
That's a great question.
What do you guys
and
think?
Who asked that? Anderson?
yeah.
Damn, I wish you wouldn't be so good. Because that's where we, as officials, we lose sight of that shot, right? Because now we're so focused on the guy that just did the other thing that we don't pay attention to that guy. And that's where the trail, and guys, I can't tell you enough how important it is to be the trail, is watching that and should have picked that up. And that there should have been an unnecessary roughness too, because he came up, got in the grill of the guy. So he should be serving a 1 minute. But a lot of times it gets missed. And that is a fantastic point that you brought up. Because it even happens in games that I'm in too, sometimes too. Like, oh damn, I knew somebody did something. But that's a great question.
Yep. And in that instance, I would probably give that player a 1 minute unsportsmanlike. Unnecessary roughness, unnecessary roughness as well. So both teams would have infractions. One would be for 5 minutes, one would be for 1 minute. What do you think, Randy?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got to, the dead ball versus live ball. Who's getting to get the ball?
Yeah. So we'll briefly touch base on that, but essentially, one of the things that we as officials learned back in the day was watching this old video from college, and it ended up being a bench clearing brawl. And USA Lacrosse used to show us this video because once you start having dead ball fouls, the team that commits the last dead ball foul essentially is the other team gets the ball. Now, that should never, ever, ever happen in one of your games. The point USA Lacrosse used to embed in our heads is that you're always watching the action, especially when that action is on the field or getting out of control. So like Anderson said and Randy said, you're always watching your area as an official. Okay. And the next section we do is mechanics. We'll go over where we should be. But the reason why you're trained to watch a certain area of the field is because you have confidence. Your partner is watching the other area, and together you're covering the whole field. Right? You're covering the whole field. And that is the best way to get those calls at the end of action, whether it's a, dead ball situation or coming out of a timeout or before a face-off, when guys are potentially a little heated up, trying to get a cheap shot in or trying to taunt or trying to do something. You're always watching. Okay, here's a video of running through a pick.
In this clip, White is on offense, and there is a pick set behind the goal. Watch in slow motion and notice the defender's helmet looks to see the pick, and then he intentionally body checks the player. The official correctly throws his flag, and this player should serve a minimum penalty of at least 1 minute releasable.
Yep. So does everyone see that? That's one of the most, if not the most common penalty you'll see, hopefully, for unnecessary roughness, which is running through a pick.
It's kind of what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
You'll
is,
know. You will know.
yeah, that's a classic unnecessary roughness. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, illegal conduct So after we get done with this section, we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll get right. We got to get into mechanics. Illegal conduct. Okay. No player, substitute, non-playing member of a team, coach, or anyone connected with the team should enter into an argument with an official about any decision. Asking for point of clarifications, okay, but trying to get into an argument about it is not okay. That's illegal conduct. If a coach, player uses threatening, profane, or obscene language or gestures, illegal conduct. If a player, coach tries to bait a call or bring undue attention to oneself, illegal conduct. Okay. Any other act that a player or coach does that's considered unsportsmanlike can also be illegal conduct. Gestures, words, what have you. Okay. Other illegal conducts. Deliberately using your hand to play the ball. Okay. Or to grab an opponent's stick with the open hand or fingers on a face-off. We used to see this all the time. Okay. Any of those penalties we just discussed are 1 to 3 minute non-releasable penalties. 1 to 3 minute non-releasable penalties. Threatening, profane, obscene language, baiting a call, acting unsportsmanlike, deliberately using your hand on a face-off. Okay, arguing with an official. Use threatening, profane language, 1, 2, or 3 minute non-releasable penalties.
And Jeremy made a good point twice, if you guys were paying attention. Using your hand on a face-off. Don't be putting somebody in the box in midfield on something on that. Okay, so
Exactly.
he was very clear on the face-off.
Right. Now, those were examples of non-releasable illegal conduct penalties. Okay. There are releasable unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Okay. Releasable versions of unsportsmanlike conduct penalties include throwing your stick at a ball. Okay. So you throw your stick at a ball, another player, or anybody on the bench, game personnel, official. That is a 1 to 3 minute unsportsmanlike conduct, but it's releasable. You'll see this. A kid's upset about a call. He'll start walking off the field, throw his stick down on the field. It'll bounce around. 1 to 3 minute unsportsmanlike. Okay. 1 to 3 minute unsportsmanlike, but it's releasable. Okay. If a coach is on the field and obstructs play, like he's not in the proper area, he's actually on the field. Coach who does that, 1 to 3 minute unsportsmanlike, illegal conduct penalty, releasable. Okay. Importantly, if you repeatedly commit the same technical foul, jumping on a face-off purposely, the same illegal hold, repeatedly do it. In my case, that's 4 to 5 times after they've been warned. That can be a 1 to 3 minute unsportsmanlike releasable penalty. Okay. Other releasable unsportsmanlike include deliberately failing to comply with the rules for entering the field of play. What does that mean? Staying out of bounds as a substitute, staying out of bounds, coming on early from the field. I'm sorry, not coming on early as a field, but failing to return immediately to the field after leaving the field while being in the game. Okay. We'll talk about those at field training, but
be generous, guys, with the youth.
Exactly. At the youth level, you never want to do this for kids not coming back on the field in a timely fashion.
Because they literally don't know.
They don't know, right? At the high school level, you see this, and certainly at college, right? So it gets a little bit rough here. These illegal conduct, unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, okay? They can be releasable or non-releasable. Releasable, throwing across, coach on the field, repeatedly committing the same technical foul. Illegal, arguing with an official, using threatening, profane, obscene language, trying to bait a call, taunting even. Okay? Any other unsportsmanlike like that can be this illegal conduct, unsportsmanlike conduct. Okay? Super important. And the way USA Lacrosse looks at things, okay, is they always want you to be communicative and professional. When you do that, you should expect the same from coaches, fans, and players. The unsportsmanlike conduct penalty is there to allow you to reinforce that you should be respected and all players and coaches should be respected on the field. Okay? You can do two things. Okay? You can use conduct penalties. Okay? When a team has possession of the ball, their coach is barking, you can say, "Hey, we have a illegal conduct penalty, you can lose possession." Okay? But unsportsmanlike conducts are severe, right? And USA Lacrosse talks about a ladder, for example, ladder. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay? But anytime there's fighting in a lacrosse game, the people who are fighting are automatically ejected, and each player gets a 3-minute penalty to be served by the in-home. So everyone understand that? There's no gray area. Now, what do you consider fighting? Pushing is not fighting. Fighting to me is throwing a punch.
Yep. If a glove touches a mask, that's a punch.
Right.
And make sure you get the right numbers, folks. Okay, that's where you're blowing your whistle is how loud as you can, as many times you can, but you're getting the numbers of the swingers, if you will.
Exactly. You have to make sure that the people who are fighting are ejected. Okay? 3-minute non-releasable penalty. 3-minute non-releasable penalty. Now, in my experience at the youth level at 14U, occasionally there is a fight between two kids, but there's also situations where one kid is throwing punches on another kid, and the other kid is not fighting back. The kid throwing punches gets a 3-minute non-releasable penalty. Okay? The other kid, as long as he's not throwing punches, okay, he's not penalized. So it does not take two people to fight. One kid can be ejected for fighting, even though he's just throwing punches. Now, what does happen a lot, one kid will start a fight with throwing haymakers at a kid. Fight will get broken up. The kid who is getting pounded on will be like, "What the F?" Guess what? You don't get penalized for the fight. You now get penalized for profanity.
Yep.
Which sucks. But typically when you explain to the kid, "Yeah, we didn't penalize you for fighting. You swore." He'll be like, "Oh, yeah. Okay. I see that now." Right? So control coach behavior and team behavior by being consistent and by addressing it in a timely fashion. What I mean is, don't let a coach who's constantly chewing on you in a call in the first quarter still be chewing on you in the call in the second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Okay? You can correct this behavior, decrease the temperature by using techniques to de-emphasize the situation. What do? If it's a first quarter thing, coach is like, "This is a bad call." You're like, "Coach, this is the way I saw it. It's over. I'm sorry. Like, we have to move on." Okay. If he's still chirping at you, you can give him a technical foul for conduct when he has possession of the ball. So then he just loses the ball. That sets the stage that you are taking control.
Yeah, you've just told him we're done.
Yep. Now, if you don't do that and he keeps chirping until the end of the quarter break, during that quarter, you have 1:40 before you blow the whistle to get the team started. So you have 2 minutes between the quarters. You could take a second, say, Coach, I need to talk to you for a second. Explain your situation. Hey, this is over. I don't want to hear it anymore. I just want you to know if you don't stop chirping, you're first going to get this 30-second. The next is going to be a 1 minute unsportsmanlike. After that, it will give you another unsportsmanlike, which is an ejection. So
Actually, that's a good point, Jeremy. I'm glad you brought that up, because after his first 1 minute unsportsmanlike, any unsportsmanlike on the bench goes to him and he's ejected. So even if the assistant coach says, Jesus, Jeremy, you suck, guess what? The head coach is gone.
Yep, that's a great point. So this is a ladder technique, escalating punishment, right? And the way you can prevent the escalation, address it immediately. Address it immediately. Okay? The best thing to do to simmer a coach is if he's barking at you, they have possession of the ball, still barking at you, 30-second conduct penalty on the coach, it's just a turnover. That one's just a technical foul. If he still escalates, go to the 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct. Then, if he still doesn't control himself, that second unsportsmanlike conduct, as Randy said, on him or the bench, means the head coach is ejected. Okay? These are the techniques that you can use to help get control of the game, maintain control of the game. Okay? So you can escalate, as we're talking about, like the ladder, but do not ignore the head coach. People want to be heard. Okay? Especially people who are a little bit fired up about stuff, right? Hear them out within a reasonable time. Oh, what do you see? Like, coach will be like, you missed this call, you missed this call. Coach, we didn't see it that way. Okay, you address this question. Now, if he's like, why can't you do your job better? Well, that's a question, but it's really a statement. He's saying you're not doing your job well, right? So you allowed the coach to express his feelings. That's it. Okay, be brief, be factual, then it's over. Okay. If it's not over, use the ladder. Conduct foul to take the ball away. So when they have possession of the ball, conduct foul, lose possession of the ball. Okay? If he is chirping and it's over the line and the other team has the ball, flag down. That's a 30-second technical foul served by the in-home. Okay? If he's still chirping after that, unsportsmanlike conduct, 1 minute, not releasable. Second, unsportsmanlike, what Randy said, ejection of the coach. Okay? But it's just another 1 minute unsportsmanlike. Now, if the coach is apoplectic or really excited, out of control, I don't care if you go right to the 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct. I really don't.
Correct. Yes, you don't have to build the tree.
This is not like a space-filling orbital diagram. You do not need to fill every box before you can go up, right? You're 100% fine to go right to that 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct if you feel that level of disrespect is that high. Totally fine with it, right? And if
But make sure you tell your assigner that you have dinged this guy.
Yes. So if that happens and the other team has the ball, so the head coach of team A is chirping, really on you, detracting from your ability to focus on the game, over the top criticism of team A's coach. Team B has the ball, it's a flag down. Okay? So team B gets to play with the ball until they lose possession of the ball hits the ground. Then you blow your whistle, flag down situation, unsportsmanlike conduct on the head coach of team A, 1 minute, non-releasable penalty. So they serve 1 minute. That's A-okay on my book. You do not need to use the ladder of escalation.
Yeah, especially if they F-bomb you or they say, you missed that, blah, blah, blah. No. Go back, Jeremy, go back one slide there.
Yes.
So the two on the right, when you're when you say coach, it's over. You don't necessarily have to put your hand up. If you're seasoned, you will do that. But just say, coach, it's over. Okay. So now you've just told the whole field, okay, we're not discussing this anymore. We're not going to adjudicate this any further. And then if they come after you, then they're basically blowing through your stop sign, right? Because that's what that official's saying right there. We're done. There's my stop sign. And the one on the right is probably the most important, guys. If you missed a call, be honest with them, saying, Coach, I missed it. We'll do better. Because that will get you out of jail faster than anything else.
100%.
And if you truly missed it, just tell them, hey, I missed it.
100%. Good point, Randy. Player behavior. We're going to kind of go through this a little bit faster. You set the tone for this at the first face-off at the coaches meeting. You want to be able to control player interactions. Okay? You have to figure out what's okay. Okay? For me, racial slur is an ejection. 3-minute non-releasable ejection. Anyone in Madison, if anyone makes a racial slur, 3-minute non-releasable unsportsmanlike conduct ejection. Swearing is, gosh, I don't think that's an immediate ejection anymore. It's for us, it's going to be 1-minute non-releasable. Okay. Taunting falls under the umbrella of a couple different things. It's typically unsportsmanlike conduct, and we'll give you a multi-minute for that as well. Okay. But you set the tone, right? Outside of racial slurs and profanity, which if you're in Madison, we tell you exactly what that penalty is. You're essentially the arbiter of what you consider trash talking, like what you consider the coach, chirping on you is, or the player chirping on you is. And just think about this. And this is something when I first started officiating, I was post-college. And, this was at a time when the area, very few people even knew what lacrosse was. And the coach chirping issue was through the roof, right? Because they didn't really know what they're doing. And having playing experience and coaching experience, I would just be like, just settle down. But I would let it get too far, right? I could still control the game, but the coaches I really didn't pay a lot of attention to. That's problematic. And I know this now because junior officials should not be expected to tolerate that same level of chirping. So that's why we want to standardize the procedure for what's allowable. But still, even with standardization, you're still going to be able to, you still have to figure out how much chirping from the players is okay. Okay. And we want to err at the you side of any chirping to you at all is addressed, right? Anytime a player is chirping to you or to them between the teams, you want to get on top of that. You can do that without throwing flags by talking to the player, but sometimes, it will escalate. Okay. So really you are the one who determines that. There's also team behavior. You can address team behavior by using the captains, using the face-off guys, being like, hey, just so when you do a face-off, which we'll hopefully have time to talk about today, to the playoff guys, hey guys, just so you know, keep the chirping down between the teams. I don't want to hear it. Okay. Those face-off guys, after the face-off, they'll go to the side. Hey, coach, the official said we got to keep it down. It's going to be a flag next time. Okay. Use your captains. All warnings are team warnings. They're not individual warnings. They're team warnings. Okay. Team warnings. So the last of the personal fouls are equipment, illegal stick, legal equipment, gloves that don't fully cover the hand, mouthpiece violation. Very important, is a technical foul. Technical foul. Okay. So that means if a player picks up the ball, doesn't have his mouthpiece in, it's just a whistle, turnover. Mouthpiece is out. Please, at the youth level, give them warnings. Check mouthpieces before restarts. Certainly at 10U. Hey, number 5, mouthpiece in. Number 7, mouthpiece in. Okay? Because what you'll find is kids will be like, I have to have a mouthpiece. Yeah, you have to have a mouthpiece. Get them off the field. Give them a mouthpiece, right? It's gross, but it happens. So make sure you're always looking. You're always in a position to see penalties. And at the youth level, when you're doing restarts, especially at 10 and 12U, make sure, just give a quick glance. Mouthpiece, especially the guy you're starting the ball with. Have your mouthpiece in. If not, it's just a technical foul. Okay. Certain illegal behavior, grabbing the ball or opponent during a face-off. Okay, we see this all the time. That is a personal foul. That's grabbing it with your when you're facing off, grabbing the other person's stick with your gloved hand. Easy call. Now it's easy call. It wasn't. So the last thing we'll do before a quick break. Okay, there were a number of penalty enforcement issues that occur. Okay, and think about this: severity always measures. Penalties can be 1, 2, or 3 minutes depending on the rule, i.e., targeting defenseless player, and your judgment as an official. Your judgment of the severity and perceived intent of the personal foul. That's USA Lacrosse's language. 1, 2, or 3 minutes depending on the rule, i.e., targeting defenseless player, and the official's judgment on the severity and perceived intent of the personal foul. Okay. Generally speaking, 1 minute releasable penalties for fouls occurring during the normal course of play. These are non-releasable, including non-releasable unsportsmanlike conducts. We talked about those. Okay. Generally, 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, for flagrant or excessive unnecessary roughness or unsportsmanlike conduct. 3 minutes, typically non-releasable, possible ejection for flagrant unsportsmanlike conduct, intentionally targeting, fighting is an automatic ejection. Okay, so 3 minutes non-releasable, possible ejections. For flagrant unsportsmanlike conduct, intentionally targeting, okay, and fighting. Fighting is an automatic ejection. And at any level, 5 minutes of personal foul time disqualifies the player. The youth level, you can also 3 personal fouls and you're disqualified. Ejection fouls for deliberately striking or attempting to strike anyone or leaving the bench during a fight can result in a second unsportsmanlike penalty. Okay, so what does all this mean? It means while the game is going on and while you're trying to determine officiating penalty times and such, you're always thinking about the severity. Okay, outside of things like targeting or fighting, where there's defined limits and potentially other penalty. God, what is it? Escaping me right now. There are certain penalties like that, fighting, ejections, that have defined limits. Defenseless player. Hitting a defenseless player is another one, targeting, right? Otherwise, there's a lot of discretion. There is a lot of discretion. And it's up to you and your partner to determine when and how much time you feel is worthy of that penalty. Okay? We talked about this before. You can prevent personal fouls. Pre-game communication, face-off, talking to the coaches between the quarters if they have a question. This all helps kind of diffuse the problems. Okay? Always be aware the main points for some of these unsportsmanlike conducts to occur after goals, around the crease, between the 40s, stoppages of play. Okay? After a big hit. Like a retribution of one player gets a big hit, his teammate tries to start something. Okay. This all feeds into your situational awareness, which you will develop by the end of the season. I promise you this. Okay? Look, anticipate things. Look and anticipate things. Okay, that was a long time. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we got to get mechanics down. Okay? So we will be back in 5 minutes. All right. Randy, I have the mechanics slide ready to go. You're still there. Looks like I lost Randy.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay. 5 minutes, everyone.
Yep. So no, we're good. No.
Jeremy, did you see the text I sent you earlier? To you and Randy and Nick.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I'm
Is
on
it-
board with it too. So
Is there a link for that?
Not yet. I just thought about that while you were doing the slide
Oh,
about
super.
their test. So yeah.
Yeah, right on. That's great. Sweet.
Yeah, so if you want to mention it
Yep.
later on or whatever.
Perfect.
Cool.
all right.
All right, hopefully we're making our way back. Okay, you should be able to see my screen here. We are a little bit over time, but that's all right. We're having a good discussion, which will help you become officials, good officials. Let me, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So the next section we're going to cover, more importante, is mechanics. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay still? Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, thanks, man. Okay.
Yep.
So mechanics are math. Okay. There are source code. There are guiding principles. Okay. Mechanics dictate the way we move on the lacrosse field. Okay. And you and your partner always move in concert, move together. Okay. The overarching goal of mechanics is always clarity for all involved to understand where we should be looking and how to communicate with each other. Okay. So the mechanics of lacrosse officiating, how we move with purpose and signal for clarity. So the main points for mechanics: position, consistency, fairness, and safety. Mechanics put us in our best position to make the necessary calls to keep the game safe and fair. Okay. Position. The best spot to be in for most game situations. Okay. Running to your next spot is one of the best ways to make sure that you're in the proper position. Okay. So you always want to be in the B spot, USA Lacrosse, best spot to see and make the call. Okay. Consistencies. You set the tone early. That tone helps dictate the flow of the game, player safety, everything. All of that is predicated on consistently making right calls and the same call the same way for the entire game for both teams. Okay. Fairness. Okay. Rules and game knowledge to promote a fair outcome. What does that mean? You have to understand the rules and the rule book. Okay. Have to understand that. And that way you apply the rules to both teams in the same way. Okay. If a team believes that there's an advantage, that you're giving the other team an advantage, you lose the ability to control that game. You lose the flow. You lose the fun and enjoyable aspect for everyone at the game. Okay. By far and away, the number one priority for youth lacrosse is safety. Gotta make the necessary safety calls when you see them. We had a great conversation about, determining whether one call was, blindside hit or targeting. You're making the right assessments by identifying that the play itself was over the top and warranted a penalty. Okay. That is those four things: position, consistency, fairness, and safety. That is the crux, the mission of mechanics. Okay. So why are clear mechanics important? Okay. Three basic things all coaches need to know. Okay. Three basic things. What's the call? Who's getting the ball? Where will the ball start? These three things are what our mechanics allow us to convey to the players, the fans, the coaches. Okay. We need to be clear, concise, and consistent. When we do that, we're very effective. The game's safe. The game flows. What's the call? Who's getting the ball? Where will the ball start? Is that Madison Lacrosse? Is that Madison, New Jersey, maybe?
And on where will the ball start, Jeremy? Guys, always tell the goalie closest to where the ball is starting, where the ball is starting. Always tell the goalie that. Goalie, we're starting top left. We're starting bottom right. We're straight up top. Whatever. Always tell the goalie before you blow the whistle.
It's great point, Randy, especially at the youth level. Especially at the youth level, you got to make sure at 10U and 12U specifically, the goalie is looking to where the ball starts. You don't want to start the ball on the right side of the field when the goalie's looking to the left side of the field still at the bench or something. Make sure at the 10 and 12U levels, you are making sure the goalie specifically, but the players know where the ball starts. Okay, mechanics, one of the key considerations. Know your physical ability. Okay, be in shape. Anticipate the play. Put yourself in the best position to make the play. And could you get in better shape? Okay. Positioning. Okay. Where's the ball? Am I on ball or off ball? We'll talk about that in a second. Okay. Where could the ball go next? Where are my partners? Can I see all the players? Okay. The ball location determines how close you are to the play, the crease, the midline, all the different responsibilities on the field. Okay. So these are all the questions you're asking. Okay. So pregame mechanics. Okay. You have a number of responsibilities pregame. You have responsibilities with the coaches, responsibilities with the table staff, game clock management. You have responsibilities with the captains to do a coin toss. Then you face off the players. You can in high school level interact with the face off players to let them know your expectations, check sticks maybe. Your pregame team lineup, which will happen at all levels in Madison, 10, 12, and 14U. Okay. And always during timeouts in between quarters. So you have responsibilities at every step of the way, pregame and during the game. Okay. You establish your credibility when you do a great job of your pregame responsibilities, certifying coaches, checking with the table staff about time, whether they have a book to record the score and penalty minutes. More importantly, your interactions with the captains during the captain's coin toss, your interactions with face-off players at 14U in high school, your pregame team lineup. Talk about all these things, but these set the tone. These happen before the game even starts. That's why you get there 30 minutes before the game. Okay. So, preparation with table staff. You have penalty clock and scorekeeper. Okay. You always want to use the game clock for penalties. You'll see the game clock at youth levels being kept on phones. Okay. Do the best you can to get the games going. Okay. If somebody's using their phones and there's no visible score, make sure that they're counting down the last 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds of every quarter. Okay. Especially the fourth quarter. You also have to go over the conditions for penalty to release. You're going over all of these with two parents from the home team that don't want to be doing this. Okay. You have to make sure that they understand the quarters are 10 minutes. The penalties are released only during live ball. Okay. Or if it's a releasable penalty after a goal scored in the dead ball, that's your responsibility. And we go over all this too at field training. Okay. You also have to make sure they have a horn that works at least one time. Okay. Again, get the game played. Don't worry about all the specifics of the field. Make sure it's coned and lined, which we go over at field training. Make sure that there's a midfield line, crease. Just do your best. Okay. Do your best. During the pregame lineup, this is a time when we line up all the players from both teams, the starting players from both teams. Okay. This is essentially where at the youth level, You'll say, hey, this is 3 yards apart, this is 5 yards apart. This is what I want you on a restart. This is also a good time to check to make sure everyone's mouthpieces are in. If they're not, send them off. Make sure the coach knows you're checking mouthpieces. Make sure the goalie is properly equipped. Very, very, very important. Make sure the goalie is properly equipped, i.e., that they have a throat protector. Okay? Throat protector, chest protector, helmet, all the equipment the goalie needs. Okay? Keep it short. This shouldn't be a long soliloquy. It's short. Okay? Essentially what you're going to do, again, during field training, the goalies will come to the middle, cross hands after we've given our spiel. One of us on each side as the players are lined up. Okay. This is also a good time at the youth level to be like, hey, there's no one arm swinging checks at this level, whether it's 10 or 12. Hey, I'm watching push from behind. Remember, minimal body contact. If you initiate a body check just to knock a guy down, that's going to be a penalty. Those are all the things that I typically say during the pregame lineup. Why? Because these are the starters. These are probably the best kids. These are probably the kids who are going to be playing the most. But keep it short. Now, pre-face-off, okay? You have a face-off official. This is the official who will be running the face-off. The official who's not running the face-off will be the wing official. Wing official. Okay? The wing official, what we like to do is have the wing official start on the bench side. Okay? So face-off official, wing official. Now, remember, the great team's goalie is in the crease. He can be outside the crease here. But the defense, the gray defense has to be restrained behind the restraining line. Along with the gray defense, the orange attack have to be restrained behind the restraining line. Okay? For the face-off. And until a team gains possession of the ball. Let me say that again. Gray, the defense is restrained and the attack or offense is restrained behind the restraining line during the face-off until one team gains possession of the ball. Midfielders, when you're playing 10 on 10, they are restrained behind the wing line. Okay? They do not have to be on restrained to either side of the midfield line. They just have to be restrained behind the wing line.
Okay. And they can be moving.
Absolutely. They absolutely can be moving back and forth as long as it's behind this line. Oop, let me go back for a second. So
actually, Jeremy brought up a really good point, and I know why he was emphasizing it, guys. You've got to understand this because you're going to hear it from the coaches. The attackmen and the poles on both sides only have to be below the restraining line. They do not have to be in the box. And you're going to hear a coach screaming, they're not in the box. They're not in the box. Jeremy just told you they have to be below the restraining line. That's the requirement.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I was reffing a game once, and kids started getting a head start, like a running start. Like they were trying to, like they got a running start, and then once the play started, then they were already passing through the thing. So, is that allowed or no?
Head start, the offense, the attack and defense, or the midfield?
Like the people behind the line, they were getting a running start, so that way when the ball was in, then that way when the ball was started in play, then they were already like had a head start going.
So they can move freely behind the restraining line, and similarly, midfield can move freely behind the restraining line, but they are restrained until possession is called. So if they're running, they can run as long as they're behind this line. The midfield, I mean, you could take a running start, but if you step on the line or over the line before the whistle's blown to start the face-off, it's a legal procedure. So that would be pretty risky. They would really have to know the jump there.
They got to time that just right.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, good question.
It was weird. It was weird. That's all.
Yeah, and guys on the wingers, probably 9 out of 10 of your face-offs, somebody's going to be standing on the line. Just yell to them, "Hey, off the line, off the line! Don't take the ball away."
Yep.
Just, especially at youth. I mean, it's just they don't know. They really don't know. They're just there to play.
Exactly. So let's take a quick look here on the responsibilities for a face-off. And I'm just gonna make sure it. Let me just do this real quick. Let's stop here for 1 second and go into a different, let's see, 2025. Interesting. Yeah, it's 2025. Okay. I was just making sure we're on the same one here. Yep. Okay. This is a newer slide deck, so it's kind of I don't know. It's starting at a weird spot, but it's where USA Lacrosse wants us, so I'm okay with it. Okay. So, face-off officials' responsibilities. The far side official, the official that's on the fan side. Okay?
Where you're
That's
going to get all your help.
what's that?
I said, where you're going to get all your help.
Right. They are conducting the face-offs. Okay? Typically, the bench side official is going to be the wing official. So that's the one who's kind of at outside the restraining line. Let's go back real quick. So here we go. So the face-off official is the official typically that's close to the fan side. This is the team bench side. The wing official on a face-off is starting just about right here on or non-goal side of the restraining line, right? So this is the restraining line again. This is what you have to be behind. This line and this line, along with the end line and the restraining line, form the box. Okay? The box. So the box is not the same as the restraining area. The restraining area is just everything behind this line. Okay? So we have face-off official, wing official. Okay? The far side official is the one conducting the face-off. F official. Okay? Make sure both players are in a legal setup position. At 10U, you can be on the ground. Backs out diagonally after we set the players. Okay? Watches player facing for early movement and other violations at the face-off circle. And at all times, knows where the far side wing players are before you put the ball down. So the face-off official has responsibilities also for these midfielders who are restrained behind the wing line. So they're performing the face-off, but they also have to watch out for this too. So they have their head turned, making sure they're set. The wing official can also give a little help there too, but their responsibility is really here, and then the face-off official has this, and really to make sure these guys are restrained too. It's a lot going on.
Yep, and as a face-off official, like Jeremy's saying, those two wingers behind you there, always look and just because 8 out of 10 times someone's going to be standing over the line. They have no idea. You're just going, hey, I need you to back up, behind the line.
Remember, most lines in lacrosse are out of bounds, or you can't step on the midfield line if you're the 7th offensive player going the offensive side. You can't step on a sideline with the ball and you're out of bounds. Okay. The goal line is an exception. The ball has to completely get over the goal line to be considered a goal. Okay. So typically the sidelines, the end line, and the midfield line in some contexts or if you touch them, you could be out of bounds or you could be offsides. Okay. So lots of things to do. Field training is where we get this, guys. And what you do is you get into a rhythm. Okay. Face off and wings get into a rhythm. And the way we communicate to each other is part of the mechanics of it. Okay. And that's, the wing guy, he's making sure his area is settled. And until that's settled, he has his arm up. And having his arm up tells the face-off official he's not ready. Don't do the face-off. My arm is up. He's making sure everyone's restrained. He's making sure all his areas are good. Once his areas are good, his arm then goes towards the direction he will run towards. Okay? He will run towards, which as the wing official is always left. Okay? In this face-off context, it's left. Okay? Not ready, ready. Okay? That communication is occurring non-verbally. The face-off guy's looking for that arm to come down towards the direction he's going to run. The wing official's going to run. Okay? So your eyes are always working. You're always doing something. Okay? So some mechanics for the face-off officials, player and stick positioning. Okay? You straddle the midline where the face-off will be. Okay? Place the ball on midline, the face-off X. Okay? Wait for your partner to signal ready. So this is not ready, this is ready. Okay? You then initiate the face-off. So the ball's down on the midline, the face-off X. Okay? You then start the face-off by saying down. Both face-off guys will go down together. Okay? Then, especially at the youth level, you look to see whether they're in a legal face-off position. Okay? You have to make sure, depending on the age level, that they don't have knees on the ground, that they're up to but not over the midfield line, that their sticks are properly lined up. Okay? You can't face off left-handed. Everything's right-handed. Okay? You have to set those guys up. Once you set them up, you yell set. You give a set command. Once you say set, Once you say set, those players should not move until the whistle blows to start the play. If a player moves after you say set, before you blow the whistle, okay, that's a face-off violation. So those players, once you say set, are locked in. And as you give that command, you're right next to them, standing over them. You will work out a certain rhythm yourself where you take a step out diagonally, you take 2 steps out diagonally, and you blow your whistle to start the face-off. Once you blow the whistle to start the face-off guys play the ball. The wings, the 2 midfielders on each side, they are released from being restrained from the wing area. Okay? But the attack, goalie, and defense on both sides are restrained behind the restraining area until one of the teams gets possession of the ball in their stick and the official yells possession.
Or it passes one of the restraining lines.
Exactly.
And then you yell play. Don't yell release, because if somebody's in the penalty box, they may let them go. Just yell play. And another word, I mean, at the younger level, it really probably doesn't matter. But as you get higher levels, when you say the word set, there should only be 3 people on the earth that know that you have said it. You and the 2 face-off guys. Because if you yell it loud enough, and Jeremy can attest to this, and somebody moves, there's a coach screaming, he moved early. So if nobody else hears you say the word set, they have no idea.
Exactly.
Easy on yourself.
Exactly. Thank you, Randy. So those players are restrained until possession is gained or the ball crosses one of the restraining lines. Okay. As Randy said, you don't yell possession if nobody has the ball, but the ball crosses the one of the restraining lines on each side of the field. Okay. So let's just look at this in the field diagram quick. Face off occurs. Okay. Whistle blows, face off starts. Automatically, these two midfielders and these two midfielders are able to play the ball. They should not be playing the face-off guy. And at no time can you make body contact to the face-off guy in the face-off circle. Okay? But all 6 of these players can go for the ball. If Gray picks up the ball here, official yells possession, and everyone is released from the restraining boxes. Okay? They can't go over midfield because there's offsides, but possession has been called. So if Gray picks it up in its defensive area, in his defensive area, here, possession, he still has to get it over midfield to satisfy counts. Okay. Similarly, if Gray and Orange are fighting for the face-off and the ball's loose and it's being kicked around, nobody gets the ball, but it goes over this restraining line, just yell release. That means everybody's released from being restrained. Same thing as possession. So one of the midfielders picks up the ball in this midfield area. They get in their stick, their cross, possession, everyone's released. If the ball gets kicked over either of the lines or nobody has possession, but the ball goes over those lines, released. Okay. So everybody is now only constrained theoretically by the midfield line, depending on how many players you have in your offensive and defensive zone. It's that simple. It is absolutely that simple, okay? It looks complex, but it's very straightforward. Now, if the ball gets kicked around and it goes out of bounds, what happens? Does anybody remember? Or what happens if the ball gets stuck in one of these players' equipment that's not his stick, gets stuck in his uniform before possession is called? Does anybody remember? Randy, do you typically do refaces or AP?
If it's still within what we call the circle, it's just going to be a reface.
Reface. Yep.
If it's outside, and guys, the circle is what you determine it's going to be. I usually use about a 6-foot circle.
Right. So what Randy is saying is this area that the two guys are facing off in, it's not going to have markings on the field for these fields. Okay? But in this direct vicinity, if a ball gets shot out of bounds, or if a ball while it's loose goes into the person's jersey, gets stuck in their glove, you can reface. That's very rare though. Okay. Typically what happens is one of the face-off players picks up the ball, possession's yelled, people are released. Or the ball goes over the restraining line, certainly at 12U, and the players are released. Okay? Anybody have any questions quick on that? Great. So we went over the face-off officials mechanics, where the process for starting the face-off. Okay? But it's important, as Randy said, you don't want to do blow the whistle exactly the same way or exactly the same cadence every single face-off. Because otherwise the face-off guys tracked you. They know exactly what your pattern is. They can anticipate it, right? So sometimes you might want to do a faster whistle after you say set, sometimes, and you back away. Excuse me, sometimes it might be an exaggerated whistle, okay? Try to vary that up because people will pick up on it, okay? So let's look at the face-off wing official's responsibility. Face-off person has a lot. Wing person has a lot. So Face off wing official. The wing official is responsible for watching the wings and other players in the restraining line. Okay. Attack midfield or attack and defense. They have to be aware of players lined up to next to each other as well for possible interference. Okay. One of their main goals is with their arm. Remember, up is not ready. Pointing in the direction you're running is ready. So there are times where once that official's arm is in the ready, somebody might jump over that line and the face-off hasn't started yet. You know, it's not like the face-off guys who, if they jump after the set, it's an immediate thing. Sometimes you're like, your arm's going down, you're like, get back. And you can get those guys back quick. Especially at the youth league, you want to get this stuff going, right? The kids don't know how to face off anyway. You do a lot of kind of helping them get set up. You just want to make sure as a wing official too, that once that whistle blows to start that face off, that the attack and defense that are restrained behind the restraining line don't step over the line. If they do, that's going to be an illegal procedure. Okay? Legal procedure. So always look for those people jumping over the attack and defense, jumping over the restraining line. Happens all the time. So here we have a mock-up, okay, of a face-off with the wing running left. Okay, wing running left. So here's our face-off official. Here is the official on the wing. Okay. So the face-off guy primarily is now watching the face-off triangle or circle as Randy was describing it. Okay. So the face-off guy first and foremost is watching this. Okay. The wing is watching the midfielders being behind the wing line. Okay. Also taking a glance on the opposite side, okay, to make sure these guys are still restrained from the face-off guy. The face-off guy sets these guys first. Okay. So let's go back one. You can see in this situation, okay, these are perfectly legal. They're all behind the restraining line, okay? Now, if you're in this situation, we're facing off. So face off guy, wing guy. Okay. What we're going to see is what happens when the ball goes to the left. Okay. So let's walk through this. The ball goes to the left. So the ball is going this way. This team wins the face off, is carrying the ball over midfield towards this goal. The wing official who is here runs down to what we call goal line extended, which is, this is the goal line. Imagine it extends all the way sideline to sideline. So the wing official wants to be in this sweet spot. Goal line extended, depending on where the play is going, 5, 6, 7 yards away from the crease. Okay? Depending on what age group you're at too. So face-offs 1, possession. Ball's going this way. Wing official runs to goal line extended, runs to goal line extended. The face-off official now is assuming their role and what we call a trail official. So the trail official is the official behind the action of the play, which is going this way. And they are going to rest somewhere. I like you guys to be about right here. 1 foot in the restraining area inside the box. Okay. Importantly, as the play is going this way, if the play starts going this way, higher and higher, higher, you as the official are always going to be above or outside of the play. So as the play goes here, you're going to be up here. If the play goes up here, all the way up top, you want to be here. Okay. You never want to get the play behind you. You never want to get stuck here when the ball's here as the trail. Okay. Lead official, the wing official in this case, when the face-off's 1, ball's going this way, you're just sprinting backwards to get the goal line extended. Hustle, be in the right position. Okay? So that face-off official, when the ball goes left, becomes a trail official. Trail official. The wing official who goes to goal line extended, remember an imaginary line that runs from sideline to sideline based on where the goal line is, they become the lead official. Okay? It's just that simple. Okay? It's that simple with 1,000 variables going on in your head, screaming, yelling, some disorienting, sounds coming from the street. It's just that simple, guys. It takes a while. Trust us. It takes a while to get comfortable. Okay? But let's go through this again real quick. Okay. So here's the face-off. Everybody's in line. Wing official, face-off official, face-off midfielders. Remember, there's this triangle that the face-off guy is really focused on. Teams are restrained. Face-off is 1 to the left. Face-off is 1 to the left. The wing official immediately goes to goal line extended, comes the lead. The trail official assumes his spot right at the tip of the box, right here. Okay, that's totally fine. As the trail official. Trail official has part of the field that they're watching, which we'll talk about in a second. The lead official has the other half. Okay. So now let's go through what happens at the face-off that goes right. So here we have our 2 face-off middies. Our other midfielders are restrained. Okay. Face-off official, wing official. Okay, so the wing is setting up here on the left. Face-off. Whistle blows. The ball now goes this way. Now the face-off official who was at midfield has to sprint to goal line extended on his half of the field, which is the right side. Okay? So the face-off official, rabbit asses down, goal line extended, 5 to 7 yards from the crease. Okay? The wing official now has to sprint from this restraining area, this restraining line, to the other one. Okay? So the face-off official, when the ball goes right, becomes the lead. The trail official was the wing official, who now has to run restraining box to restraining box. Okay? But never as the trail official have the play get behind you. You want everything in front of you. So if you see the balls getting kicked around here, don't run right here to try to get in front of it. Your vantage point's A-okay being on a diagonal behind the play. Okay? Don't let the play get behind you. Okay? Okay. We'll watch this quick video. This is ball goes left. Wing running left. Okay, we're going to see some magic. Face-off official. Wing official. He's a little bit high, so this is a restraining line. It's A-okay. Here we go. Okay, wing officials going back. Okay, there he goes. Face off. Okay, boys, set. Wait for my whistle. Whistle. These guys are released. Possession is called. This is now the trail official. This guy's running down, sprinting to goal line extended to be the lead official.
World record right there.
Okay. That's not a great acquittal. Okay. Guys, that without the senior citizen discount was knowing where you have to be and hustling. Okay. Again, yeah, I guess we can do.
I can see it in a high school game, but in a youth game, guys, you should be able to beat those guys down there.
Absolutely. But remember, as the face-off starts, as the face-off official or the wing official, you're very likely, you have 50-50 chance, depending on how the game's going, obviously, the matchups, to be the lead or the trail. So you have to know, take that second. Okay, face-off official goes right. I'm going to be the lead. I got to get down there as fast as possible. If it goes left, I'm going to be the trail. Got to get to my spot as fast as possible. But I don't want to overrun the play. I want to keep the play in front of me at all times. So the team might get possession, take 5 steps, over midfield and be substituting. You don't want to run all the way down to position yet. You need to keep the play in front of you. So you'll be closer to midfield as the trail. And as the action goes, you move with the action down to your spot. Okay. So there are a number of face-off violations. If a face-off violation happens after you've set the face-off guys, one of them jumps, don't blow your whistle. Stand them up. Legal procedure, white, going yellow. That's it. Okay? That's it. If a violation happens after you started the play, so post whistle, okay? Can blow the whistle, signal the violation, who has the ball. Okay? Who will get the ball. For the purposes of youth lacrosse, at all times the trail official handles restarts. What does that mean? The official who's not closest to the goal, the way the action's going, if there's a stoppage, they will handle the restarts. And you restart from where the spot of the violation occurred. And we'll talk about that in a few minutes too. Okay. So here's a video on violations and restarts. This is a pre-whistle violation. So you can see they're set. The guy sees an illegal procedure. And both teams are going to, they should get the ball. Okay, so it was on yellow. White gets the ball. There's no whistle to stop, right? Because there was a pre-whistle infraction. So what does that mean? You don't want to blow your whistle because everyone's expecting the whistle to be blown to start the play. So you stand them up, and then you give your call. Okay. So this is another one. I think we'll skip that in the interest of time. Now, here's a very important caveat. Okay. This is regarding face-off possession and play. When a player gets possession of the ball and makes a lacrosse move, that's when you yell possession. When a player gains possession of the ball in their stick, makes a step or a lacrosse move, that's possession. Okay?
And you will prematurely yell possession.
It does happen. So what we want you to do, what Randy, Nick, Don, and I want you to do, you yell possession, wind your arm backwards. So you have a physical sign, possession, and a verbal sign. Okay? You want to do both. Possession, verbalize it, wind your arm so people understand that you have possession. Also, some games in some conditions are going to be so loud with weather and such, your fellow official might not see or hear you yell possession. They want to see your arm so they know whether or not the folks they're looking at, the wing official, wants to know that so they don't accidentally call a violation on the group that they're looking to restrain. Okay? So it's very important. You yell possession once one of the players, the midfielders, gets possession of the ball, makes a step or makes a lacrosse move. That's typically a step and a half in youth lacrosse. Okay? Yell possession, wind your arm, everyone's released. Okay? Does everyone have any questions on that?
I'll tell you guys, it's going to happen. Don't worry, because it still happens to this day. Guy's going to scoop that ball, and you're going to start screaming possession, and he never really does. It just comes flying out of his cross like a rocket. Well, you've already committed to possession, so you got to let him go.
Right. Yeah.
So don't be a hero and getting possession right away.
Yeah, especially at the youth level, right? There's no disadvantage gained or advantage gained. So just take that extra beat, make sure they've made a step or two, a lacrosse play, and then go. Right? So let's go over some primary responsibilities. Lead official. Lead official. So remember, that's the one that's at the goal line extended. Okay. Goal the goal area, the goal line is the primary responsibility. Okay. USA Lacrosse wants you one step above goal line extended. So about right here. Okay. And I typically have guys 5 to 6 yards, depending on where the action of the play is. So about right here. Okay. So again, goal line extended to both sidelines. You'll hear that a lot. Goal line extended. And then you as an official, at least 1 yard up, 1 step above goal line extended. Okay. So lead official, you are responsible for the goal. An offensive player cannot step on or in the crease of the team they're trying to score on. Okay, that is a legal procedure. But as the lead official, you're not just looking at the goal, you're also looking at the end line. Okay, so remember in lacrosse, it's very unique. If an offensive player shoots the ball and the ball goes through its natural movement, it could bounce off a couple guys as long as they don't possess it. The offensive player shoots the ball and it goes out on the end line or sideline. The player on either team who's closest to the ball when it goes out. So closest to the ball when it goes out, where it goes out, gets possession. Let's say that again. On any shot, okay, on the sideline or end line, that shot, whichever player from whichever team is closest to the ball when it goes out of bounds, where it goes out of bounds, gets possession of that shot. Okay? Very unique in this sport. So your role as the lead official, you are responsible if a shot occurs to run as close to the end line where the ball goes out and see which player from which team is closest. Okay? That means you are not just standing here, you are running to the end line. You're also running to the sideline because a shot that bounces and goes out of bounds on the sideline, same principle, guys. The player from the team closest to the ball when it goes out gets possession.
Yep. When and where. Jeremy makes a good point. He's hit it a couple of times. I hope you guys are paying attention. Just because a guy's standing on the end line, on the opposite side of where it went out,
Right.
doesn't make him closest to the ball.
Right. Exactly. Good point, Randy. So if a guy's standing here, a player from team X, and the ball comes out over here, and this is a player on team Y, they're closer to the ball where it goes out than this player who's on the end line. Right? So you always want to run to where the ball is going out. Be the closest player there, and you get ball. Okay?
Yep. And you will have, and I guarantee you will have this happen in your career at least a dozen times. There's going to be a player who's going to beat the ball out of bounds.
Yeah.
And then scream that they were the closest. Well, they probably were, but they're already out of bounds, so they don't count.
Yep. Good point. You have to be in bounds. Okay. As you can run out of bounds after the ball is out of bounds, but you have to be inbound to be counted as a player close to the ball. Now, very important, the lead official is watching the goal. He's watching the end line and the sideline. Okay. The lead official, okay, becomes the trail official when the ball is gained by the defense and starts going the opposite way of the field. Okay. So the lead official, who's goal line extended here, if this team's defense gets the ball, they now become the trail official. The old trail official becomes the lead official. Okay. So here we have the lead official. This team's defense gets the ball. This guy is no longer the lead official. The ball's going this way. The old trail is the lead official. This guy becomes the trail. And what does that mean? That means that once the defense gets possession of the ball in their side of the field at 14U and 12U, they have 20 seconds, the defensive team, to get the ball over midfield. So once the defensive team gains possession in their defensive end, They have 20 seconds to get the ball out of their defensive end over midfield. Once they get it over midfield, they have 10 seconds to get it into the box. These are our main counts in lacrosse. Randy said you're always counting. Well, the lead officials watching the action, shot occurs, goalie makes a save, now becomes the trail official. That goalie makes a save in the crease. The trail official now is doing a 4-second goalie count. Goalie, you have 4 seconds to get the ball out of your stick while it's in the crease. Now, if the goalie holds on to the ball in the crease for 3 seconds and steps out, that's A-okay. That's not a penalty. That's not a loss of possession. Because only when he's in the crease with the ball in his stick, in possession of the ball, does the 4-second count start. If there's a shot, the ball's in the back of the net, outside the net in the back, don't start the count. Don't start the count until the goalie has possession of the ball in his stick. Then, typically at the 10 and 12U, goalie, 1. You do a 4-second goalie count. As long as they're out of the crease, even if they still have the ball in their stick, it's okay. At the 12 and 14U level, they still will have 16 more seconds. It's a total of 20 seconds. That includes the 4-second goalie count. Okay? So then they have 16 seconds to get the ball over midfield. Okay? Once they do that, they have 10 seconds to get the ball into the box one time. Then they're good. They're good unless the ball goes back over midfield. Okay? At the 14U level. That's what we call over and back. Over and back. So let's walk through this one more time. Lead official. Watching the goal crease. Watching for shots on the sideline, end line, and all the action here. Okay? Once the defense gets possession of the ball, okay, it could be a defender outside the crease. This formerly lead official, now trail official, starts his 20-second count. So now the defense only has 20 seconds to get the ball over midfield. Okay? The former trail official now becomes the lead official. Their job is to get in position to be able to get to the goal line before the ball gets there. Okay? So this person's doing the 20-second count. This person's looking for any people who do offsides, maybe step on the line. The trail official is always watching the shooter. Okay? So this guy starts off watching the shooter, watching the sideline, and anything that's going on over here. Okay? And also the trail official is watching to see once the offense establishes position or possession in the restraining box to make sure that the ball doesn't go back over midfield. If it does, it's called over and back. It's a turnover. Okay? So this is really important. That
and I'm glad you said it that way, Jeremy. As the trail on the over and back, once they get over center, okay, so they've now cleared their 20-second thing. They have 10 seconds to get it into the attack box. So you're counting. At that moment in time, you don't care how many times they go over and back that center line. It's as soon as they've satisfied the attack box, that's when the over and back comes into play. I know it sounds weird, but don't want to call it prematurely.
Exactly. It's a great point, Randy. Remember, the 20-second count is getting it out of your half of the field if you get it on your defensive side. 10-second count is getting the touch in the box. So as Randy said, once you satisfy this 20-second count, it's over. The 10-second count's in play. So if you're kicking the ball around, you still had the 10-second time to get that touch, right? It's only after you've established possession in the box to satisfy the 10-second count. Like Randy said, does the over and back come into play? Okay. Very important. But you see how fast this changes. Lead official here. You're watching the goal increase. The action's coming this way. Lead official, goal line extended. Watching the goal increase, end line, sideline, shot back up. Now, defense gets possession. Goalie makes a save. Now you're becoming the trail official. You start the 4-second count for the goalie if he's in the crease, or the overall 20-second advancement count. 20 seconds to get the ball over midfield. So now you're the trail, you become the lead down here. You're the former trail. Now you're running over here and you have your own responsibility. You have the goal coverage on the opposite side of the field that you have to cover, right? This is where, if you're not focused and dialed in, you're going to get overrun. The play will go past you fast. This trail official, who's now the lead official because the defense got possession of the ball, is going to be huffing and puffing trying to catch up to the ball, and you're going to miss that coma slide that the black team did. You're going to be out of position that we said was targeting, we said was unnecessary roughness, we said was hitting a defensive player. You are not going to be in position to make that call if you're still stuck 20 yards on the field. Okay? So that is just how fast this transitions. Okay? So this is a good way of looking at coverage. Here we have the ball that's coming down. Here's the goal. Here's goal line extended, the crease. Our lead official, one step up from the goal, 5, 6, 7 yards out. His responsibility is typically associated with this diagram. He's the ball official. Okay. So the ball's here. So he's watching the ball. And he is now considered the on-ball official. Very important we clarify this. This lead official is watching this area of the field. Okay. The ball is in his area of the field. And the area of the field that we're looking at is this kind of bisection line. Okay. Essentially a long diagonal. The ball's on his side. The lead official is the on-ball official. Okay. The on official has a very narrow focus. That's the player in possession of the ball and the surrounding 5 yards. Okay. The off ball official has all of this other area then to cover. Okay. He's a much wider view of the play. Okay. And more players to watch out for. So the off ball official is looking for interference, illegal screens, some crease violations of offensive players. Remember, they can't step on or in the crease.
And late hits.
Late hits. Late hits after passes and shots. Okay. Now, both officials. Oh, let me go back. Both officials. It's just like when we do passing drills in basketball or lacrosse or any sport. You are tethered to each other. Okay. So as the lead official goes down, it pulls the trail official. As the trail official goes up, it can pull on the lead official. Okay. You should always think of yourself and your partner as connected on string. Okay. As one person moves out, the other person kind of moves out. Okay. That's very important to understand that. But this is also super important to understand. The lead official here has the ball in his area. They are the on-ball official. When the ball goes to the other side, so this is the bisection line. Again, biscuits. I usually say it's like 2 to 3 yards closer to the restraining box, a diagonal from the restraining box all the way up to midfield. So this is about 2 to 3 yards ahead. That's usually the bisection line for coverage. Okay. So here, the ball's on this side. The trail official is on this side of the line. They then become the on-ball official. So their focus narrows to about 5 yards outside of the ball carrier. Okay. Now the lead official, who's got goal line extended responsibilities, has all of this area now to worry about. because as the ball moves into your half of this bisection, you become ball official, on ball official. You narrow your focus. You're focused on the ball carrier, 5 yards around the ball carrier. The lead official, the off ball official, has to pick up that slack. They're all the way up to midfield. They're all the way over here looking for crease violations. They're looking for late hits after passes and shots. So you see, you're always doing each other's jobs because you're a team. You're trained to be a teammate who has the same responsibilities during the course of a game as your teammate does, your officiating partner. So you have to know everything because the way you communicate, the way that you're sharing this information, okay, is important to know where you're looking and communicate. Okay, communicate before pregame. Talk about when you're on ball, when you're off ball, what you consider your zone of coverage when you're off ball or on ball. Okay, communication is so important. Okay, so this is what happens on ball, off ball. Okay, now you can see we have a different story. Okay, here we have the balls up top. Now, the on-ball official in this case, okay, becomes the lead. The lead becomes the on-ball official, who has all this to worry about because the ball at this point is trying to be scored on this goal. So the anticipation is the action will keep coming down into this area, which is the lead official's purview. Okay, so the lead is the on official since the ball is coming towards them. Okay, super important to understand. Let's go through the line responsibilities, then we'll take some questions. Okay, so we have the lead official, trail official, lead official, goal line extended. Okay, oops, let's go back. So the lead official is watching this out of bounds, this sideline. Okay. The trail official has the midfield line and this sideline. Okay. Trail official has the midfield line and this sideline. Now, the lead official along with that sideline also has the end line. Remember, in lacrosse, closest to a shot, okay, sidelines or end lines, the closest player to the ball when it goes out of bounds gets possession. Very unique. End line, the lead official is going to be responsible for the end line. Not just shots, but for a player in possession of the ball stepping on the end line as well. Okay. This is probably too long here. Shoot. So let's just go over this. By the way, the phrase for today's training is USA Lacrosse session. Actually, let's do USA Lacrosse Randy. USA Lacrosse Randy. Okay.
Great.
So this is an animation, goal scored, and ensuing face-off. Okay. So here is your shot, goal scored. Okay. The lead official, here's trail official, lead official. Lead official is always watching this area. Trail official and the lead official have overlapping areas to watch. Very important. Okay. Once the ball's here, remember, you're still waiting for the unnecessary roughness, the extracurricular activities that may occur. Okay.
Yep. Jeremy, you can't stress that enough to newer officials.
Yep.
That is where mayhem will break out.
100%. Okay. Now, after that goal scored, the lead official blows his whistle, signals 2 arms up, goal is good. Okay. Making sure the players are dispersing. This lead official gets the ball, runs, and can do a soft toss to the trail official who will be doing the face-off now, no more than 10 yards. So this official is running like 20 yards. Hopefully this guy goes 10. Hand off the ball would be great. Soft toss is okay. The trail official, okay, now becomes the face-off official. The former lead official becomes the wing official. That's it. See, everyone's doing face-offs. Everyone's doing wing. Everyone's going to be on ball, off ball, lead, trail. Everybody's working together. Okay. We'll just go over the over and back restart, which is important. Okay.
Could you repeat the code again? Could you repeat the code again?
Yeah. USA Lacrosse, Randy.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
And another thing, I'm sure Jeremy's gonna get to it anyway, but when you are the new face-off official, yell timer on. You want that next one going in 20 seconds. Otherwise, it'll take them months to get ready for the next.
Exactly. So this is restarting over and back restart positioning. So the ball was established in the offensive zone, but now the ball through, actions goes over midfield. So the team that satisfied that initial touch to get the 10-second count satisfied loses the ball, goes over midfield, over and back. The trail official here now becomes the lead official as the ball goes that way. The lead official becomes a trail official. Trail official restarts the play. Okay, here we go. Down to the box to get that touch. Okay. Always working, always moving. As one official moves, they're dragging you up or down the field. Okay. Really, really important. Last one here in a settled play. Who's restarting? Goal line extended, goal crease, lead official, trail official. Okay. The lead official restarts the play if the ball goes out on the sideline or end line here. The trail official restarts if it goes over midfield, if there's a reason to restart over midfield, and the far sideline. Okay. Let's take a look at that again. Lead official, their restart. Sideline, end line, trail official, sideline, midfield. Okay. Really?
Here's an important thing, guys. Nobody's blowing a whistle unless they're making eye contact with their partner. That'll save you a ton of heartache.
Good point, Randy. So here we have a deep restart across the field. Trail official, lead official. Okay. So let's walk through this. So here we have the ball going the opposite way. The trail official is going to make this restart. Trail official is going to make this restart. The lead official is going back to goal line extended. Okay. So really important. The lead official is already here. The trail official is restarting the play at the substitution box. Field training is the best way to go over the substitution area, which is this area here, table area, team/substitution area. You never allow a player to run on the field when you blow the whistle during a restart. This player, I mean, you always want to start this player at least 5 yards away from the coaches area and the substitution area. Because if you started them right here and you blow the whistle, someone could run on the field and strip that person. Okay. By giving them all restarts in the substitution area, 5 yards for youth. Okay. You give them the advantage of essentially having an actual head start. They're starting with the ball. It's in their advantage. You don't want to disadvantage them. And one of the things I always do, I always remind this player that when the whistle blows, people can come out of the substitution area. And sometimes I even stand like just behind them when I blow the whistle to make sure nobody runs right at them right away. Okay. We'll just go over for one more minute. If you have to drop off, that's totally fine. End line restart after shot. So here we have the shots. The lead official runs down. The trail official, midfield, follows the ball. As the ball comes down, the trail official will move down. Very important. The trail official did not overrun the play. Okay, let's watch this one more time. The former trail becomes the lead. The ball comes down. The lead becomes the trail. Lead official, ball's here. Trail official moves up.
Yep.
Okay.
How it was described to me years ago, guys, is you lead hard, you trail easy.
Yeah.
So, because as a trail, you always want to make sure the ball is at least 5 yards in front of you, because you may have to pivot.
Yeah. Exactly. So here is that we're just going to go through this quick fast break to opposite end. So this was the former lead official. This was the former trail official. Now the ball is taken by the defense. So now the trail became the lead. The lead became the trail. Okay. Very important we understand that that's the way this went down. Everybody's running. The former trail official who is here, defense gets possession of the ball, lead official. The trail official runs with the play. Don't overrun the play. Okay? And when we do penalties, guys, when we report penalties or communicate penalties, you always want to be clear and concise, inform your partner and the players. Get to open space. After you talk to your partner about what the penalty is, face the table near midfield. Compose yourself for a second. Beware of your pace, tone, volume, and use the C note acronym. Okay, color, number, offense, time. The E at the end is any kind of explanation you need. Color of the player that offends, number of the player that offends, the offense, the time. Explanation could be locked in, non-releasable, etc. Okay. So, and this is what we spend a lot of time on in field training. So penalty relays.
And back to that, the
Yep.
penalty thing. Hey guys, this is going to sound silly, but I really need you to do this. Go practice your signals in front of a mirror. I'm not kidding. The bigger and bolder you are, the more that everybody knows what you're calling. Because it's very typical, so don't panic, okay? The first time you need to report a penalty in your game, it's going to look like you're having a seizure. Because your brain knows what you want to report, but your body just isn't following along with you. So just practice in the mirror, big and bold. It's a slash, boom, you're slashing across your arm. You're saying it's 1 minute, you're holding your hand up, not in front of your chest. I mean up in the air, so everybody in that stadium knows what you're calling. And and practice blowing your whistle. I mean, just practice blowing your whistle.
Good point, Randy. So penalty relays, we're just going to go through this quick. This is a field training thing too. We have the lead official, trail official, ball penalty call, flag down. The lead official through the flag relays through hand signals to the trail official. Go over. Okay. The trail official then communicates the penalty to the bench. Okay. Lead official throws the flag, communication trail communicates. Okay. Trail uses color, number, offense, time, and any explanation that they need. Okay. So we're not going to go through these because we're a little bit heavy right now. We'll post these videos, but we also go through these at training, field training. Okay. Let's see if we can't get to the next slide. Okay. One of the few last slides here, correcting mistakes. Mistakes happen. How you handle them sets the tone. Okay. You made a mistake. Sorry, inadvertent whistle. Ball was loose. We're gonna do alternating possession. Sorry, flag down. It was a flag down slow whistle situation. I blew my whistle. We're gonna go ahead and adjudicate the penalty. Make sure that you're clear, and if you do have a mistake, you communicate it to both teams. Both teams. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's one last one. Okay, end of game. During your pregame with your partner, Talk about your end of game strategy. Typically, the partner and I stand on the field while they do a handshake. That's it. Then you thank the bench and you go. If somebody wants to ask you a question and respectful, it's up to you if you want to answer it. I always do, just to kind of keep the tension down. If it's a parent chewing on you, you gotta let me know. Just say, sorry, this isn't my responsibility. Please contact your coach or my assigner. But then if that happens, a parent chews on you after the game, a player says something to you after a game, a coach says something after the game. Yes, you can eject somebody after a game is over, technically. Okay.
Correct.
You can, if a coach gets in your face at the end of the game, you can throw a flag, ejection penalty, because that will cause them to lose, to not be able to participate in games later on. But more important than anything, you gotta let your assigner know. Okay? Let your assigner know what the problem was, whether it's a coach, a player, a fan after the game. We will follow up with them and we will correct that behavior. Okay? If you do eject a player or coach after the game, you got to let us know too. Okay. Let us know. I mean, any ejection, you let us know.
Yeah.
But call us right away if that's the case, because we need to make sure that you have the support you need.
Yep.
Okay.
On this slide here, guys, the second one from the right, leave the field together. I cannot stress how important that is. Try to, when you get to the field, try to park close to each other, try to be close to each other, come on the field together, but definitely leave the field together.
Great point, Randy.
Because you don't want, fans from either side going after either one of you and not being able to defend yourselves.
And just so everyone's on the same page, your responsibilities as an official end when we leave the immediate playing facility. However, the way you comport yourself, you handle yourself from your car, when you leave your car to start the day to when you get back in your car to end the day, that is absolutely important. Okay. You have, if you compose yourself, you act professionally, it's a job. You're mature about things. You're polite when you need to be polite. You're able to control the game when you need to control the game. You will have a fantastic experience. Okay. So we went a little heavy on that, but I think it's worth it to make sure we have those aspects covered. Mechanics are so important, but it's really hard to get those down when you're not on the field. Okay. So taking these 2 classroom sessions is like drinking out of a fire hose. Okay. We give you the bare minimum hydration that you get from drinking out of a fire hose. But the fact of the matter is you're going to need dental work. You're not going to be able to drink all the water you want. And there's going to be a lot of things that you kind of correct after the fact. And that's great. That's okay. That's what we're here for. You first year officials, you blow the whistle when the ball goes out of bounds or when there's a goal scored. You pay attention, you hustle. You're way ahead of the game, man. You're way ahead of the game. Attitude matters. And, today folks were asking fantastic questions, which is great. Good discussions. And you get to see just how nuanced this sport can be, right? If you err on the side, like we've preached ad nauseum, err on the side of safety at the youth level, very few body checks. We'll talk about these at field training. If you can handle that, blow your whistle, be friendly, man, this is gonna be a ton of fun for you. But at first, you're gonna need a seasoned partner. You're gonna need an Isaac Schultz. You're gonna need some of these other guys, Xavier Gengler. You're gonna need guys who have done it before. I hope you've done it before, Xavier. I don't think so, but I know Isaac has, and that's the only name I see on here right now.
Lane Wendorf has. Lane, and so
Lane Wendorf Lane has.
Yes,
Yes.
I have.
So you're gonna have a partner who's gonna talk through this with you while you're on the field, while you're doing the games, okay? Your attitude is gonna make or break you. And most of you guys that, I mean, all the guys I've interacted so far, very positive attitudes, very willing to learn. That's gonna go leaps and bounds. But for field training, when we put out those times, make sure you're there 30 minutes early, okay? You don't want to be the last person to field training. Don't say you have to leave early because you have X, Y, and Z to do. Randy, Nick, and I have heard that for 15 years, and very rarely has it ever been true, especially when I've seen the same kids hanging out at Arby's on the way home in a parking lot. I was like, come on. Be communicative, honest, and upfront with your assigners. Okay. Get in the habit of emailing and texting assigners every week. If you don't get a game, when we start assigning games, which won't happen until late March, even when schedules are
Mhm.
late March, maybe even first week of April, to be honest with you guys. If you don't get a game, reach out to text your assigner. Hey, is there anything I can do to get games? I know I'm new. I know I need an experienced partner. What can I do?
Yep.
We'll find you a way. We'll get you games.
Yeah, because we and to what Jeremy's saying, we've got so many things going by that you might just get lost in the mix being a new person. So remind us. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like we're kicking you out. It's just you haven't hit the radar yet. And one last thing I want to say today. Thank you to Jeremy Sullivan. Everybody should be clapping their hands for putting this together the last 2 weeks. Actually, for the last, what, 6 years, I think.
I
Jeremy and I have been doing it.
yeah, I mean it's definitely a team effort. But guys, Randy, Nick, Don, and I put so much time into this because you'll get everything out of it you put in, man.
Yep.
Like, and we can tell you firsthand, we're not seeing the growth in the game that we would have expected, certainly in Madison at this time. Growth has plateaued, and you know, we want to give kids every possible opportunity to play lacrosse that we can. And your officiating, you don't even know it. It's plays a huge role in advancing the game. So, you know,
Mhm.
you guys, as new officials, stay with it, make money, and it's for a good cause. It's helping kids get outside, play lacrosse in areas where sometimes they don't have opportunities.
Yeah. Remember how excited you guys were when you went to go play as a youth? You're doing that same thing now. You're keeping them just as engaged.
Yeah. So on that note, Don, Randy, do you guys have any last comments, or new officials, do you guys have any last comments or anything to add, questions? One thing I will do, guys, is I will post a like step-by-step way of accessing my transcripts and the tests on USA Lacrosse. And then I'll also do the same for Arbiter, since we ran out of time to go over that, which is kind of a bummer, but I just talked too much. But
Oh, this might be, Jeremy, this might be the best session we've had over the years, because we actually had people interacting.
yeah, I mean, honestly, it's fantastic. And you guys, I'm gonna stop kissing your asses now, because field training's coming and we're gonna start. No, I'm just kidding. But please, you know the expectations, man. Reach out to your signers, get your USA Lacrosse stuff done, get your uniform done, get the tests completed. Tell your assigners which uh field training you're going to. And I just realized the code should have been Nick Stinks or something, because he was but the code's USA Lacrosse Randy. I gotta more clever next time. All right. If that's it, guys, great job. See
Don,
ya.
you got anything? I saw a couple questions here. Some
Oh.
people were asking about paying. I don't know if you got time to.
For dues.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go to WILOA.org. You can pay it on there, either through Venmo or PayPal. Oh, you guys should probably do that. Only like two really old guys send checks. So, Yeah, if you have questions, just email me. It's donroar@gmail.com, which is in all the emails that get sent with the links. And then if you guys ever have questions and you're scared to ask your assigners, feel free to reach out to me or any of the other officials that you know. I think pretty much anybody in this game is willing to help out, especially with young guys.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Don.
we all learn just like you did.
Yep. Don, do you accept traveler's checks still?
Sure. Yeah.
Don't leave home without them, baby.
American Express, just like Chevy Chase had.
There you go. Okay. On that note, guys, again, fantastic job. See you on the field. Please reach out if you want more resources or questions. I will post that more material that I discussed. Reach out to your assigners. Reach out to Don. So if you have questions too, it's more than willing to help. Okay. Great job, everyone. See you on the field.
See ya. Thanks, Jeremy. Great job.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Great job, Randy.